Chapter 292. An hour later, Lu Tiange swallowed his saliva and tried to stay calm, but his body couldn't stop trembling. What did he see? When Zhou Xuanji was breaking through to the great realization stage, he had encountered the scattered immortal tribulation, and he had passed the tribulation unscathed with a single sword. How could this be? That was the Qilin Sage tribulation. How could that sword block it? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the sword seemed to have absorbed the lightning. The wasteland was filled with charred smoke, and there were potholes everywhere, formed by the heavenly lightning. Zhou Xuanji levitated in midair. His spirit energy exploded out, forming a tornado around him with a powerful aura. He had already put away the thunderclap sword. After absorbing the Qilin divine tribulation, the thunderclap sword would level up again. His cultivation base had already reached Mahayana level 1. Sword owner has reached the Mahayana realm. Gacha begins. Ding! Congratulations! Sword owner has obtained Amethyst Ghost Weep Sword, sealing Dream Sword formation. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Ghost Weep Sword grade, Amethyst description. A sword that makes thousands of ghosts wail in the netherworld. It possesses an extremely strong murderous aura that can easily make people lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji did not take out the Ghost Weep sword, but looked at Lu Tiange. Facing his gaze, Lu Tiange hurriedly lowered his head in fear. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's domineering tribulation, he only felt fear in his heart. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said slowly. After breaking through to the great realization stage, he no longer needed Lu Tiange. Lu Tiange was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. He cautiously asked, "Where are we going?" Could it be? His heart began to beat faster. "You can go wherever you want," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. It was not suitable to leave Lu Tiange in Skyfall. His existence was a threat to everyone else. It was impossible for him to be completely convinced. "Are you really going to let me go like this?" Lu Tiange asked in surprise. He had a surreal feeling. He had thought that it would take decades, or even centuries for him to have a chance to escape. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously. "No matter where you go, we will meet again one day." Lu Tiange shuddered in fear and immediately flew away. After he left, Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution martial song. Intimidating spirit legendary sword. This was the first time he had taken out this sword. Ever since he obtained this sword, he had been looking forward to it. After all, this was the strongest sword he had so far. A crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. The sword was crystal blue in color, and its blade was sharp. There were intricate patterns on it that looked like the scales of a divine dragon or a Qilin. It looked very mystical, and it was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. With Heavenly Retribution martial song in his hand, Zhou Xuanji felt a coolness seep into his palm. He subconsciously poured his spirit energy into the Heavenly Retribution martial song. Boom! The ground beneath his feet collapsed, and a horrifying aura exploded out. With Zhou Xuanji at the center, a visible gale swept out in all directions. Zhou Xuanji quickly cut off his spirit energy, and cold sweat covered his forehead. So powerful, he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with surprise. After breaking through to the Mahayana realm, his spiritual energy had leaped in quality and quantity, becoming more than 10 times stronger than before. Just now, when he had used Heavenly Retribution Wuchu's power, he had felt as if the entire world would be destroyed by him. This feeling of strength was unprecedented, and it caused him to shudder with fear. As expected of the intimidating spirit legendary sword, too powerful. Suddenly, a bold idea came to his mind. Who would win the battle between him and Yang Di? He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Before Yang Di offended him, he would not seek trouble with him. His priority was to continue cultivating. He wanted to be the top cultivator in the next World Millennium Duel. From then on, he would continue to be the top cultivator, surpassing his predecessors and reaching the pinnacle of history. Back at the top of Skyfall, everyone gathered around him. After knowing that Zhou Xuanji had successfully broken through, they were all very happy. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the safer they would be. No one objected to Lu Tiange's departure. "Master, do you have the confidence to defeat Yang Di now?" Zhao Zongjian asked with great excitement. Previously, Zhou Xuanji had been emphasizing on breaking through to the great realization stage as soon as possible, and they were all looking forward to it. Zhou Xuanji smiled mysteriously and said, I have never seen Yang Di before, so I don't know how powerful he is. However, I feel that no one in the world can kill me. Before breaking through, he could already defeat First Tribulation's scattered immortals. Now that he had broken through and obtained a legendary sword of a higher grade, how could he not be more powerful? Yang Di's cultivation might have already reached Third Tribulation's scattered immortal. In the current world, only he has reached that level, Xian Xianghua said. She was a Second Tribulation scattered immortal. Great Tribulation scattered immortals were divided into 9 tribulations. Normally, a Second Tribulation scattered immortal could dominate the world. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. No matter how powerful he is, we just need to cultivate hard. In a few years, we should let the second-generation disciples go out to train. Just training hard was not enough. They needed actual combat experience. He planned to arrange for the second-generation disciples to train in batches. At the same time, he would give them the opportunity to take in disciples. Every time they went out, he would arrange for people to protect them in secret. The group began to talk about the future plans of the sect. Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and began to inherit the Sealing Dream Sword formation. Memories flowed into his mind, isolating his consciousness from the current world. The Sealing Dream Sword formation was a sealing sword formation. Once hit, one's spirit energy and senses would be sealed, and one would become a puppet. This sword formation was very domineering, and it made up for one of Zhou Xuanji's shortcomings. Even though he was unparalleled in the way of the sword, he was lacking in other areas. For example, he needed Daoya Old Man's help to seal an enemy's cultivation. As for spells of the 5 elements, he did not care too much. He could rely on the way of the sword in battle, and he had Jiang Shui to help him in daily life. Even if he could not, he could store some scrolls of spells of the 5 elements and use them like tools. After he finished inheriting the memories, he took out dozens of legendary swords and began to practice. Xiao Jingheng, Zhao Zongjian, Ning Zifeng, Lin Changge, Huang Lianxin, and Beishao Wangjian immediately came over and watched excitedly. At the same time, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread throughout Skyfall. All of the disciples and demons discussed this excitedly. I feel that the Grand Teacher's breakthrough speed is even faster than ours. His cultivation stage is so high. How far do you think the gap between the Grand Teacher and Yang Di is? I think it's about there. The Grand Teacher's power has already surpassed our imagination. Can there be someone more powerful than him in the Northern Wilderness region? I feel that the day of establishing the sect is getting closer and closer. Everyone cultivate well. In the future, there will definitely be more geniuses joining Skyfall. We cannot be surpassed. After a while, news of Zhou Xuanji breaking through to the great realization stage spread among the demons, and then into the human race. After all, there were many demons around Skyfall, and there would always be demons who could not control their mouths. A 32-year-old great realization cultivator. Everyone in the world discussed Zhou Xuanji again. Calm. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 293. In an inn in Great Zhou's royal city, a storyteller was waving his fan as he spoke. Nearly 100 customers were sitting around him. That day, the sky was clear for thousands of miles at Skyfall. Suddenly, thunderclouds gathered, and a demonic wind blew. So it was the arrival of the demon sovereign. He declared that he would take the Tianxia map, and asked the Sword Emperor to come out and accept his death. Who is the Sword Emperor? He's the most powerful cultivator in Great Zhou's history, and also the most powerful prodigy in the entire Northern Wilderness region. How could he be so noisy? The storyteller looked like he was in his early 40s. He wore a hat and had a slightly tan face. When he talked about the key points, his eyes would widen, which made the customers' hearts jump. He would tell Zhou Xuanji's story every day. Some stories had been repeated hundreds of times, but he would still tell them because there were so many people who liked to listen to him. Ever since Zhou Xuanji became the world's second, very few people called him Sword God Zhou. Instead, They called him the Sword Emperor. Since ancient times, the word emperor represented the supreme meaning. Sword God Zhou, on the other hand, sounded like a swindler. Of course, calling him Sword God was just as impressive. I heard that the Sword Emperor has broken through to the Great Realization stage. Is it true? Before he broke through, he could already kill the demon sovereign. Does he have the capability to become the world's top cultivator? A customer asked curiously, which attracted the attention of the others. The storyteller slapped his fan on his palm and said with a smile, "The Sword Emperor has indeed broken through to the Great Realization stage and set a new record as the youngest Great Realization cultivator. But it's still not enough to defeat Yang Di. Yang Di has been the world's top cultivator for 3 consecutive times and has dominated the northern wilderness region for 3,000 years. It's too difficult to defeat him. He's the most promising person to become a great emperor, and his future achievements will not be lower than the hegemon Sword Emperor." He began to talk about how powerful Yang Di was, which made the customers gasp in shock. At a corner of the inn, 2 women dressed as men sat. They were Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling. Princess Xuanya had the rare Dao form. With the help of Zhou Qingxin's resources, she had already reached the Soul Fountain stage. Princess Lingling was not as talented as her, but because of her Minghun relationship with Zhou Xuanji, she was treated well. The 2 felt bored staying in the palace, so they would often come out to play. "Sister, why do people always associate Xuanji with Yang Di? There's no enmity between them," Princess Lingling asked in confusion. Yang Di had an extremely good reputation, and Zhou Xuanji was a straightforward and upright person. Both of them were helping the human race get rid of demons, so there was no reason for them to fight. Princess Xuanya rolled her eyes at her and said unpleasantly, "There's no first in literature, and there's no second in martial arts. With Zhou Xuanji's abilities, he will fight to be the top cultivator in the world sooner or later. You've been in the royal palace for too long and don't understand the world well enough." Princess Lingling did not really understand. Was it that important to be number 1 in the world? That's right. Which of us cultivators doesn't want to become the world's number 1? A chuckle came from the side as a black-robed youth walked over and sat down. His face was handsome, and his long hair was coiled into a red string. His figure was tall and straight, and he had an imposing appearance. Princess Xuanya glanced at him and said, "Who told you to sit here?" The black-clothed young man chuckled and said, "My name is Baihao Isin, and I consider myself extraordinary. My goal is to become number 1 in the world. I have met 2 ladies by chance, and your smiles have moved my heart. Are you married?" Princess Xuanya and Princess Lingling looked at each other speechless. Where did this idiot come from? Baihao Isin could tell what they were thinking. He shook his head and smiled as he said, "You might think that I'm boasting shamelessly, but I do have the qualifications to become the top cultivator in the world. Within 100 years, I will defeat Yang Di and the Sword Emperor. At that time, I will make you the great emperor's wives." How awe-inspiring that would be. The 2 women heard him and rolled their eyes. They got up and left. Looking at their backs, Baihao Isin did not chase after them. The corner of his lips curled up as he poured himself a cup of wine and mumbled, "Interesting. Tens of thousands of years have passed, yet no one knows of my name. It seems like I'll have to turn the world upside down for someone to know of my prowess." Halfway up the mountain at Skyfall, training with the sword requires one's heart and cannot focus on one move. Moves are dead, but the sword is alive. Only by moving with one's heart can one establish a connection with the sword. Zhou Xuanji sat on a large rock. In front of him, 80 second-generation disciples were training with the sword. They were in an orderly formation, and the formation was quite good. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Beishao Wangjian stood behind him and watched silently. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqi ran over with the 3-eyed drought rodent in his mouth. "Master, it found another treasure, but it's protected by restrictive barriers. We need support," Zhou Xiaoqi said as he blinked. This little guy was no longer innocent. After following the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch for so long, it was full of evil tricks. Zhou Xuanji did not even look at it and said straightforwardly, "Let Liu demon wolf go with you." "Okay." Zhou Xiaoqi brought the three-eyed drought rodent and left happily. A while later, "What do you think about letting the disciples form teams?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xiao Jinghong and the other two were stunned and asked how they should form teams. If Skyfall wants to survive for a long time, it must be like the other sects and accept missions from various places to uphold justice. But it's too dangerous to go out alone. I want them to form teams of two, so that they can look out for each other. Zhou Xuanji said. Along the way, he was leading a team. If he was injured, someone would heal him. If he encountered something he did not understand, someone would explain it to him. It was very difficult to survive alone in this world. That's possible. There are exactly 80 people to a team. But if someone dies, what about the last person? Zhao Zongjian nodded, but he had his doubts too. Zhou Xuanji replied. That's why we need to discuss this. Next year, we will pick a batch of disciples with the highest cultivation to go out and take in the third-generation disciples. We can't have a lot of people, because we will need people to entertain guests when we open our sect. How could they entertain guests with less than 100 people? Just Great Zhou alone would send more than 100 people. Xiao Jinghong immediately requested to lead the team, but Zhou Xuanji did not agree. The first batch of disciples must be harvested by powerful cultivators. Although Xiao Jinghong had already begun to break through to astral projection, it was not enough. Su Yang listened to their conversation, and his eyes began to wander around. He knew that his chance had come. The more disciples he had, the more secure his position, as the eldest senior apprentice brother would be. 2 hours later, Haotianbor King went up the mountain suddenly. He half knelt beside Zhou Xuanji and said with a muffled voice, Master, someone called Meng Tianling is here. He said that he is here to fulfill the promise of slavery. But he brought someone with him. His cultivation is unfathomable, just like Lu Tiange. Having heard that, Zhou Xuanji frowned. He still remembered Meng Tianlang. He was Xiao Jinghong's nemesis and close friend. But another person with cultivation like Lu Tiange? Since when were great tribulations scattered immortals everywhere? Smiley face, smiley face. Chapter 294. Bring them up, Zhou Xuanji ordered. After Haotianbor King left, he asked Zhao Zongjian to bring the disciples to another place to train. Xiao Jinghong frowned and muttered to himself, Where did Meng Tianlang get acquainted with great tribulation scattered immortals? Meng Tianlang was ranked second on Great Zhou's hero ranking board. Han Shimbo was first, and Xiao Jinghong was third. But now, Zhou Xuanji no longer thought highly of him. You will know when they come up, Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If a powerful enemy attacked, he would sense it. But now, he did not sense any danger. This meant that the enemy was not a threat to him. A while later, Haotianbor King flew up with 2 people. One of them was Meng Tianlang. He was not wearing armor, but a simple martial robe. He looked a little reserved. The other person looked to be in his 40s. He was dressed strangely in blue clothes and a white cloak. There was a golden crown on his head, with a fist-sized ruby embedded in it. Senior, Zhou. Meng Tianlang cupped his fist and said awkwardly. When he first met Zhou Xuanji was still a kid, and Meng Tianlang did not take him seriously. But now, Zhou Xuanji had grown up and become the famous Sword Emperor. He had to treat him like a junior. Sword Emperor, now that I've seen you today, you're indeed impressive. The man with the golden crown chuckled. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. Xiao Jinghong stared at him and asked with a deep voice, Who are you? Meng Tianlang looked at Xiao Jinghong with a complicated expression. He could sense that Xiao Jinghong's cultivation had caught up to his. He might have even surpassed him. My name is Han Daozi, the ancestor of Tianlang. I've lived in seclusion for thousands of years. Everyone thought that I was dead, including my descendants. The man with the golden crown said with a smile. The golden-crowned man said with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian's eyes widened. Bei Xiao Wangjian looked confused. Who was Han Daozi? Didn't you die in Xian Shenghua's hands? Xiao Jinghong asked curiously. Han Daozi was quite famous. He was once ranked 9th in the world and fought with the top evil cultivator, Xian Shenghua. He died in the snowy mountains in the north. Han Daozi smiled and said, If I did not die, The righteous sects would have brought my entire clan to fight the Tanhua sect. My death can save my clan. In the past, when Xian Xianghua was the #1 in the world, the righteous path had started a war. If she didn't participate in the war, she would be called an evil demon. Zhou Xuanji and the others had also heard about the war during that period. In Xian Xianghua's words, a bunch of ants overestimated themselves. If not for her magnanimity, she would have slaughtered the entire righteous path long ago. Ever since that battle, the cultivators of the righteous path began to smear her name and exaggerate her sins. Why have you come? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He could sense the spirit energy in Han Daozi's body, and it was as powerful as Lu Tiange's. He was most likely a first tribulation scattered immortal. Han Daozi's smile faded, and he said seriously, I want to entrust this task to the descendants of the Han clan. I know you well. You have many geniuses under your command, and even the exquisite sword heart is willing to be your disciple. This shows that your teaching ability is very strong. Meng Tianlang fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead touching the ground. Wait, isn't his surname Meng? Why is he a member of the Han family? Northern Sword Valiant could not help but ask. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was full of conflict with Meng Tianlang. Back then, it wasn't that Zhou Xuanji didn't give Meng Tianlang a chance, but he didn't show up. Now that Zhou Xuanji was famous throughout the world, he wanted to climb up the tree? His mother is a descendant of the Han clan, and to this day, the Han clan only has one descendant left. Before, this boy didn't know how to appreciate kindness, and didn't keep his promise. It's his fault. Hurry up and apologize. Han Daozi slapped the back of Meng Tianlang's head, and said in a low voice, Apologies. Meng Tianlang knelt on the ground and said in a low voice. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Even so, he was not moved. Perhaps Meng Tianlang had great talent, but he did not like people who went back on their word. I won't hide it from you. This boy's fate is that of a 10,000-year prince. If it wasn't for this, I wouldn't have been able to divine his whereabouts. In the current world, your talent is the greatest. If you can take him as a disciple, he will definitely soar to the sky and serve your sect in the future. Han Daozi continued to speak, his tone sincere. 10,000-year prince. Everyone's expressions changed. How is that possible? He's a 10,000-year prince. What proof do you have? Beixiao Wangjin cried out in shock. All along, they had thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince. How could they believe Han Daozi so easily? Han Daozi smiled and said, If you don't believe me, ask Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man to come down. With their abilities, they will surely be able to see Tianlang's fate. It's as vast as the ocean, unparalleled in the world. Zhou Xuanji immediately gave Xiao Jinghong a look, and asked him to invite Xian Xianghua and Daoya Old Man. At this moment, Xian Xianghua appeared beside him, followed by Daoya Old Man. The two of them looked at Meng Tianlang closely. Such boundless fate, could it be true? Xian Xianghua had a strange look on her face. Back then, she had mistakenly thought that Zhou Xuanji was a 10,000-year prince, which was why she had been paying attention to him. In the end, she was won over by Zhou Xuanji's charisma. If the 10,000-year prince had appeared from the start, she might not have followed Zhou Xuanji so closely. Daoya Old Man frowned and muttered, This boy's fate is indeed incredible. Even Jihuang Demon Lord did not have such powerful fate. As for Zhou Xuanji, because his fate had been changed when he was young, his fate was not obvious, and could not be observed. He's a 10,000-year prince. Are you really willing to give him to me? Zhou Xuanji asked as he looked at Han Daozi. Because of Xian Xianghua's appearance, Han Daozi's expression became a bit unnatural, but he hid it very well. He smiled and said, The world is going to be chaotic in the future. I feel that I'm powerless to protect him, so I can only entrust him to you. Don't worry, this child's heart is filled with reverence for you, and he has no ill intentions. Hearing this, Meng Tianlang, who was kneeling on the ground, turned red. In Great Zhou, most people admired Zhou Xuanji, including him. There was no helping it. Zhou Xuanji was just too legendary. When someone is better than you may be jealous. But when he was far stronger than you, to the point where you couldn't even catch up to him, you could only revere and worship him. Let's go up the mountain. I have something to ask you, Zhou Xuanji said as he got up. Knowing that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, the dissatisfaction he felt towards him disappeared. Well, the heavens were fair. As long as you were talented, you could open any door you wanted. If Meng Tianlang was properly trained, he might become a peerless talent like Yang Di in the future. He already had a blueprint in his mind. Meng Tianlang joined Skyfall just like that. Nightfall. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Finyu Dragon King, and the others all sat in a stone pavilion, while Meng Tianlang and Han Daozi sat across from Zhou Xuanji. So it's like that. 10,000-year princes also need to awaken. However, if they don't awaken, their fate will make it very difficult for them to die. No wonder they didn't die at Master's hands back then, Zhao Tsongjian said as he stroked his chin, making Meng Tianlang feel quite awkward. Lin Cheng crossed his arms and coldly harumphed as he said, I can't take disciples. So what if I'm a 10,000-year prince? I can only be a sword slave. Is my exquisite sword heart bad? Yes. Chapter 295. Lin Cheng suggested that Meng Tianlang be a sword slave, and everyone agreed. Compared to Zhou Xuanji, this 10,000-year prince did not seem as powerful as the legends made him out to be. It's fine to be a sword slave. According to my understanding, the Sword Emperor personally supports sword slaves, and they are no different from disciples. The only difference is their status. Han Daozi stroked his beard and smiled. His gaze towards Zhou Xuanji contained a hint of curiosity. To be honest, he had always been amazed by Zhou Xuanji's talent. Before discovering Meng Tianlang, he had thought that Zhou Xuanji was the 10,000-year prince. Even if he wasn't, he should be a child of providence. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? I'm supposed to be a slave. I don't dare to dream of becoming a disciple, Meng Tianlang said seriously. Back then, he was defeated by Zhou Xuanji and promised to be Zhou Xuanji's slave. With his personality, how could he shamelessly become Zhou Xuanji's personal disciple? Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, From today onwards you will stay at Skyfall. He looked at Han Daozi and asked, What about you? Are you willing to stay and become an elder of the sect? Han Daozi was a first tribulation itinerant immortal, and he had even given him a 10,000-year prince. He naturally had to rope him in. Hearing this, Han Daozi secretly glanced at Xian Xianghua and said with a smile, Thank you, Sword Emperor, for your kindness. I have cultivated all my life, and I have ambitions. I want to do something for the human race. Recently, Sunlight Emperor wants to establish the Great Fate Empire, and I want to investigate it. I won't stay and waste the spiritual chi of the tea. Of course, when you establish your sect, I will definitely come. In the future, if the sect has any difficulties and needs my help, I will definitely not decline. With that, he stood up, bowed to everyone, turned around, and flew towards the horizon, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chongming Demon Monarch muttered, That sounds nice, but he didn't even leave a way to contact me. I won't even be able to find him for help in the future. Meng Tianlang's face was full of awkwardness, and he did not know what to say. He also found it strange. Why was his ancestor in such a hurry? Daoya Old Man laughed and said, It's all because of our sect master Xian. Back then, your demonic aura was overflowing, and you almost killed him. Everyone's gaze shifted to Xian Xianghua, who had a calm expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at Meng Tianlang and asked, How's your talent in the way of the sword? He was most proficient in sword Dao. The other spells could only be taught by Daoya. Old Man Meng Tianlang scratched his head. It should be alright. Everyone in the Great Zhou barracks practices the sword, but they're not as powerful as pure sword cultivators. He did not use a sword, but it did not mean that he did not like it, or that it was not suitable for him. It was just that the sword Dao had declined in the past. Ever since Zhou Xuanji rose to power, there were more and more sword cultivators in the various empires, especially in Great Zhou. Almost all the young cultivators practiced the sword. When Zhou Xuanji became number one in the world, he might usher in a golden age of the way of the sword. Have a good rest. I will personally teach you tomorrow, and see if you are suitable for sword training. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked Xiao Jinghong to bring him to where the second-generation disciples lived. It was also a good opportunity for this pair of gay friends to be alone. After the two left, Xian Xianghua clicked her tongue in wonder and said, "I didn't expect the 10,000-year prince to be someone else. However, it will take some time and effort to awaken him." Lin Chang'e said disdainfully, "What 10,000-year prince? In terms of swordsmanship, his talent is far below mine." The appearance of the 10,000-year prince made him feel an inexplicable sense of danger. Not only him, but Ning Zifeng also felt the same. Their previous guess was right. More and more geniuses would appear in the future, and their positions would be shaken. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not mind their thoughts. "Oh, by the way, I plan to go out tomorrow. It might be a few years, or it might be decades before I come back. You are fully grown anyway, and you don't need my protection anymore. If you stay in Skyfall, you won't marry me. You have to wait until you marry Jiang Shui before you marry me. It's such a waste of time," Xian Xianghua said as she stared at Zhou Xuanji. After living for so long, she finally fell in love with someone, but he had someone else in his heart. Just thinking about it made her angry. "Where are you going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Xian Xianghua had mostly recovered from her injuries, but she was not fully recovered, so he was a little worried. "To become more powerful, of course." Xian Xianghua left after saying this. Next, she sent a telepathic message to Zhou Xuanji and reminded him, "Don't forget to cultivate the celestial devil rebirth technique. It can save your life." Zhou Xuanji felt a warmth in his heart. This old demonic woman was quite cute sometimes. After that, the group dispersed to rest. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to the house. Jiang Shui poured tea for him as she asked, "Xuanji, do you think I have some kind of identity? When I awaken, I will soar into the sky." As she spoke, she became excited. It was as though she was a 10,000-year prince. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and snorted. "Yes. I didn't tell you. I already found out when you were very young." Jiang Shui opened her beautiful eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Really?" Zhou Xuanji flipped over and changed into a more comfortable position. "Yes. You are the woman of the future Sword Emperor. You are below one and above tens of thousands," he said with a solemn and sacred tone. Jiang Shui heard him and immediately pounced at him with bared fangs. "What? You want me to be below you? To the right of one and above tens of thousands." The next morning, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the house. He asked the little black snake to call Meng Tianlang up. He took out the swine-culling sword and waited by the cliff. After a while, Meng Tianlang and the little black snake flew to the top of the mountain. Without a word, Zhou Xuanji activated Heavenly Lights, Ancestor Dragon Sword, and Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha. Meng Tianlang was fascinated by them. As expected, he decided to practice the sword. He first taught Meng Tianlang the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. This guy had a photographic memory. He memorized all the sword moves after seeing it once. However, it took him 2 hours to completely practice the 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. The others left the house one after another. Daoya old man stared at Meng Tianlang and began to think about how to awaken this guy. In the next half a month, Meng Tianlang mastered 36 Paths Jade Shao sword. Every move he made was like a swordsman who had cultivated for decades. This time, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and the others could no longer sit still. They all began to practice the sword. Daoya old man came to a conclusion. This guy had already awakened, without any warning. Ever since he started practicing the sword, his talent was fully displayed. Even his internalization of qi was much faster than before. Even he himself was confused. Before this, he did not believe that he was the 10,000-year prince. But now he believed. And he was a little flustered, because Ning Zifeng and Lin Chang'e often found trouble with him. They claimed that they were sparring with each other, but they were actually beating him up. And so, he was struck down by Lin Chang'e's scabbard again. "Kid, you have improved again. Not bad. You are more powerful than all of us." Lin Chang'e smiled with squinted eyes, which made Meng Tianlang gnash his teeth. Ning Zifeng also smiled mockingly. Before Meng Tianlang grew up, he must bully him. or else there would be no more chances in the future. Chapter 296. The days became peaceful again. Zhou Xuanji taught the Soul Eater to Meng Tianlang again, and left the matter to himself. Meng Tianlang followed Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng to cultivate. Although the two of them were a little jealous, they quickly regained their composure, and their bullying of Meng Tianlang gradually decreased. The relationship between the three became better and better. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji was already 36 years old, but his cultivation was still at Great Realization Level 1. On the other hand, he managed to cultivate the first level of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique, and obtained a chance to be reborn. In these 4 years, he'd obtained 7 divine swords, and the highest grade was only at the amethyst rank. It was clear that the heavenly retribution martial punishment had used up all of his luck. The 7 divine swords were the Evil Purple Sword, the Torrential Sword, the Scorching Sun Sword, the Boundless Western Heaven Sword, the Flying South Sword, the Great Kuei Sword, and the Zhiyan Sword. What was worth mentioning was that Meng Tianlang had already reached Leaving Aperture Realm, and he had already mastered the Soul Eater to major accomplishment. He was currently learning the Sky-dominating Divine Sword. This guy didn't like fancy sword techniques. He liked the domineering sword techniques that could defeat everything with brute force. After all, he had been on the battlefield for a long time, and liked the aura of invincibility. In just 4 short years, he had mastered the Sky-dominating Divine Sword. His talent was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. Fortunately, he was not arrogant and willful. He could still remain humble and polite in front of others. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, he fought with Chongming Demon Monarch and the 4 Mountain Guarding Kings. As they were all body cultivators, they could often engage in physical combat. On this day, Zhou Xuanji gathered Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others. He was going to select a group of second-generation disciples to go down the mountain to gain experience. Right at this moment, the sound of footsteps appeared behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw a white-haired man standing at the edge of the cliff. He wore a tattered purple Taoist robe, his face expressionless and his eyes cold. "Who are you?" Lin Changge asked in a deep voice. The other party had ascended the mountain without a sound, and he had not noticed it at all. The others also looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Over the years, cultivators and demons would occasionally sneak into Skyfall to steal the Tianxia map, but they were all chased away. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. He could not see through the spirit energy in this person's body. He had always thought that he could see through all living beings in the world by relying on the world Buddha art. Could it be that this person's cultivation far surpassed his, or that he had a special identity? "Zhou Xuanji, come with me, or else I will kill them." The white-haired man stared at Zhou Xuanji and said faintly. Ning Zifeng looked at him thoughtfully. He suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You are heaven." "Impossible. Aren't you overseas? Why would it appear in the northern wilderness region?" Heavens! Everyone was greatly shocked. This was an existence even more terrifying than the 10,000-year princes. In the past, even the Hegemon Sword Emperor and the ancient Diablo King could not do anything to him. "Tian is just my identity. I have my name. My name is Xinyuan Zhou." The white-haired man glanced at Ning Zifeng and said softly. Just as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Apart from Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was sent flying by a formless wind. Zhou Xuanji took out the sky-extinguishing sword and ancient god sword and said in a low voice, "You and I will fight in the distance." He didn't expect heaven to find him so soon. However, he had already predicted today's battle. After all, heaven specialized in hunting down people who possessed the monarch purple qi. Xianyuan Zhou lightly nodded and turned to fly towards the horizon. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would follow him. "Xuanji?" Jiang Shui got up from the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji worriedly. He turned and smiled at her as he said, "You all stay here. Trust me, I will be back. Don't come looking for me." After saying this, he turned into a ray of sword light and chased after Xianyuan Zhou. In the clear sky, Zhou Xuanji and Xianyuan Zhou levitated in the air, facing each other. They were less than 100 meters apart. Their gazes met. Both of their gazes were cold and showed no fear. I'm very curious about Tian's background, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. For years had passed, and although his cultivation level did not increase, his power had been growing. Facing the mysterious and unpredictable Xian Yuanzhou, he did not feel any fear, and instead felt quite eager. Xian Yuanzhou was not in a rush to make a move. He replied, Heaven is naturally the law enforcer of the will of the heavens. Whenever there are too many possessors of monarch qi in the world, heaven will appear and kill the possessors, returning peace to the world. Those with emperor qi were all people destined to become emperors. They were filled with ambition and would bring war to the world. When many people with emperor qi appeared, there would often be a massive calamity. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, Could it be that you were born from Tian? Xian Yuanzhou did not reply. He slightly raised his chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said, Zhou Xuanji, you are different from those with emperor qi in the past. Your fate is mysterious and unpredictable, so I don't want to kill you for now. If you follow me, I can spare your life. Zhou Xuanji laughed. He wanted to subdue him. It seemed that Tian was not completely just and merciless. It's not what you think. I just want to observe you for a while, and use your power to kill those with emperor qi, as well as those who should not exist in this world. Xian Yuanzhou continued to speak. His gaze was just as cold as before, and there were no ripples in it at all. He waved his right hand downwards. In that instant, the ground below was torn apart, forming a massive canyon that stretched to the ends of the world. Rumble, dust flew everywhere, and it was as if the apocalypse had arrived. Looking from above, it looked like a semicircle had been split in two. The end of the canyon could not be seen, and it was at least 10,000 kilometers long. Zhou Xuanji frowned, feeling greatly shocked. This power. He could not even see the trajectory of Xian Yuanzhou's spirit energy clearly. He sank into his thoughts. Should he act or not? You are at great realization level 1, and you have cultivated the world Buddha art to level 2. Your strength is enough to defeat first tribulation scattered immortals, and you might be able to fight against second tribulation scattered immortals. However, I have the strength of a third tribulation scattered immortal, so you have no chance of winning. Follow me, and perhaps I can help you become stronger, Xian Yuanzhou said calmly, drawing a large picture for him. Zhou Xuanji thought and asked in confusion, If you just want to observe me, why do you want to help me become stronger? Why did he feel that this Tian was different from the legends? In the legends, when Tian met someone with emperor qi, he would immediately fight without saying anything. Why would he be so courteous? I want to see if you have the qualifications to become Tian. Xian Yuanzhou's words were incredibly shocking, and hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Become Tian? Under the blue sky and white clouds, there was a boundless grassy plain. A group of gorgeously dressed women were walking forward. There was a man among them, hugging women on both sides, and his face was covered with red lipstick marks. This person was Baihao Yisan, who had appeared at Great Zhou's royal city. When this emperor finds his natal artifact, it will be the day this emperor regains control of the world. When that time comes, all of you girls will become concubines. What do you say? Baihao Yisan loudly laughed, looking incredibly carefree and relaxed. A beautiful woman next to him waved her fan and harumphed. Who will be the empress? 1-2. Chapter 297. You want to be the empress? That depends on talent. Little girls like you, your cultivation talent is too poor. You can only serve this emperor. Baihao Yisan shook his head and laughed mercilessly, causing the surrounding women to boo him in unison. Upon closer inspection, there were a total of 73 women, all of them beautiful and had impressive figures. They were all convinced by his strength and followed him to roam the world. Being this emperor's concubine will still allow you to stand at the peak of the world. Women must be content, understand? Baihao Yisan lifted the chin of the woman next to him and teased. He sighed in his heart. The human world was indeed beautiful. In the distance, on a white cloud, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Yuanzhou looked at Baihao Yisan. This person is the reincarnation of an ancient emperor? Is that for real? Zhou Xuanji looked quite confused. Seeing Bai Hao Yisan with so many beautiful women, he could not associate him with the incredibly domineering great emperor. Xianyuan Zhou said expressionlessly, "Since ancient times, all those who became great emperors would be roped in by various immortal sects in the higher realms after ascending, continuing to command the world. However, it's difficult for great emperors to be invincible in the higher realms, so this heartless emperor couldn't help but reincarnate and stay in the mortal world to enjoy himself." Great Emperor Heartless? Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched as he heard this. Does this guy look like he's heartless? We must kill this kind of person who doesn't abide by the rules of heaven. Go and deal with him. If you succeed, I will allow you to return to visit your subordinates after a certain period of time. Xianyuan Zhou ordered, but Zhou Xuanji frowned and did not move. He had no enmity with Bai Hao Yisan, so how could he kill him for no reason? If you aren't willing, when he recovers his peak cultivation and controls the world, he will use all the women in the world as his cauldrons. At that time, it will be difficult to protect the women you care about. Xianyuan Zhou continued to speak. Hearing this, Yi Futian's eyes turned cold. Was this guy a stallion? Isn't this the desire of some otaku? He immediately took out the sky-extinguishing sword and the ancient god sword. Stepping on the thunderclap sword, he charged forward. The Thunder Divine Sword had reached the peak of the glorious gold level after absorbing the heavenly lightning of the Qilin's divine catastrophe. However, it had not broken through to the heavenly soul level, which was a pity, but it was still enough. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn could be heard, causing Bai Hao Yisan to look back in shock. His gaze met Zhou Xuanji's cold and sharp gaze. Who are you? Bai Hao Yisan asked in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a white barrier of light appeared, protecting all of his beloved servants. Two black figures appeared behind Zhou Xuanji. They were the souls of powerful beings. They were Saber Monarch Donghai and Demon Lord Ryuan. The ancient god sword awakened a soul every 3 years. Demon Lord Ryuan was the third soul. With the power of two powerful beings, and the power of the sky-extinguishing sword, Zhou Xuanji's aura was incredibly domineering as he slashed downwards. Ping! The white light barrier shattered like glass, turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Ah! 73 women screamed in unison. The piercing power of their screams was so strong that it seemed to be able to ascend to the 36 heavens and descend to the netherworld. Impudent! Bai Hao Yisan leapt up and slammed his palm towards Zhou Xuanji. A green shield appeared in his palm, blocking the ancient god sword. The spiritual power of the two exploded, directly sending each other flying. The legendary swords overlapped and appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, blocking his way. Bai Hao Yisan somersaulted a few times in the air before landing stably. Their gazes passed through the dozens of women and stared at each other. So many swords. Are you the current sword emperor Zhou Xuanji? Bai Hao Yisan asked in a low voice. His expression was a little unsightly. If it were anyone else, they would have been furious. He was enjoying himself with his women, and now someone jumped out to attack him. How could he tolerate this? However, when his women heard that it was Zhou Xuanji, they immediately exploded. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? Is it really him? He's so handsome. The rumors are true. He really has many legendary swords. He's so young. I heard that he's only 35 or 36 years old. That's right. That sword strike was so powerful. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisan's face darkened, and veins bulged in his forehead. These damned women. Didn't the path of ultimate bliss make them calm down? Zhou Xuanji straightened his body and looked at Bai Hao Yisan as he said, Great Emperor Heartless, the mortal realm does not want you. Your era has passed. Do you still want to enslave mortal women as cultivation furnaces? These words made Bai Hao Yisan frown. How do you know my identity? But I'm not enslaving them. I'm using my charm to conquer them. I'm going to conquer all the beautiful women in the world, he said in a low voice. Toward the end, he looked like a pig, which made Zhou Xuanji feel nauseous. The heavens cannot tolerate you. Don't blame me. Zhou Xuanji charged toward him. He wanted to see what the great ancient emperor was capable of. As for whether to kill him or not, he had not decided yet. He did not trust Xianyuan Zhou completely. If not for the fact that he wanted to use him to become stronger, he would have attacked him long ago. Good. I want to see if the current Sword Emperor is worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. Bai Hao Yisan leaped up and soared into the sky. The two of them fought high up in the sky to avoid harming the innocent women. Zhou Xuanji activated the 10,000 Sword Dragon incantation, and all of the legendary swords were surrounded by dragon-shaped sword qi as they attacked Bai Hao Yisan. The legendary swords were like the wind, and their attacks were sharp without any blind spots. A layer of silver-white armor appeared on Bai Hao Yisan's body. He held a spear in his hand, and the spearhead was connected to a ferocious and mighty dragon head, giving off a boundless and primordial aura. Facing the attacks of the legendary swords, he held the spear with one hand and swept out in a circle, sending all of the legendary swords flying back. Zhou Xuanji directly unleashed the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The 6,000-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha appeared in the air, looking like a god and unparalleled in the world. Seeing this, the women below were completely dumbfounded. Bai Hao Yisan was also stunned. It was the first time he had seen the thousand-hand sword Buddha. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes, looking down at the world. The 1,000 golden arms swung their massive swords and madly slashed towards Bai Hao Yisan. Sword after sword, they were like massive waves, each wave stronger than the last. Bai Hao Yisan swung his spear to defend. He was just as fast, and he was able to receive every attack. Zhou Xuanji did not use Heavenly Retribution martial punishment. It was not that he could not use it, but that he wanted to keep it as a killing blow. He would only use it after he fell out with Xianyuan Zhou. One had to keep a trump card. There was a loud bang. Bai Hao Yisan was suddenly blasted back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest with his left hand and cried out, "World reincarnation!" Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. How did this fellow know about world reincarnation? It seemed that in his era, there had been a master of the Tianxia map. Since it was like this, he would not hold back anymore. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rushed at Bai Hao Yisan, and the 1,000 swords wildly slashed out, creating a berserk gale that swept through the heavens and earth. Bai Hao Yisan hurriedly dodged, but he could not dodge in time. He swung his sword to block, but he was injured by his own spirit energy. Despicable! How am I supposed to fight like this? He cursed in his heart. If he had already obtained his natal enchanted artifact, how could he feel so frustrated? The third chapter. 2 chapters. The voting for the main character's sect began at 6 p.m. The voting location was at So Run Washao. Chapter 298. Boom! 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 The thousand-hand sword Buddha continuously swung its sword, making it difficult for Bai Hao Yisan to see through it. Every time he counterattacked, he would be struck back by world reincarnation. Injuries piled on injuries, causing his speed to become slower and slower. The huge golden sword landed on his body, but it was blocked by his silver armor and helmet, preventing him from being smashed into meat paste. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Wait, Zhou Xuanji, you and I have no enmity. Can't you just talk nicely? Can you give me some face? Bai Hao Yisan said as he gritted his teeth. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name before, but he did not take it to heart. However, after today's battle, he understood why Zhou Xuanji could sit on the throne of number 2 in the world. Too strong. He had met the owner of the Tianxia map before, but that person completely relied on the world Buddha art, unlike Zhou Xuanji, who had extremely high attainments in the way of the sword. I'll endure it for now. After Zhou Xuanji obtained his natal artifact and the legacy from his previous life, he would settle the score with Zhou Xuanji. However, Zhou Xuanji did not stop, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha continued to wildly hack and slash. Even after smashing him into the ground, it did not let him off. This is Great Emperor Heartless? So weak, no wonder he didn't leave his name in history. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself, and his evaluation of Bai Hao Yisan plummeted. He started to hesitate. Should he kill Bai Hao Yisan? No. This person could be kept to restrain Xianyuan Zhou. Thinking to there, he said, Great Emperor Heartless, you're only a so-so. Before me, the Sword Emperor, you're like a pig or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. His words were filled with contempt and mockery. Within the ruins, when Baihao Isin heard this, he became furious. He was the heartless great emperor, an invincible existence who had once dominated the world. How could he allow a junior to humiliate him like this? Rumble! A horrifying aura exploded out, sending Zhou Xuanji's thousand-hand sword Buddha flying back. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the thousand-hand sword Buddha and pretended to look pale. Immature kid. I'll show you how I became a martial monarch today. Baihao Isin's voice sounded out cold and domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Was it going to explode? He immediately shouted, "This person's strength is not inferior to mine. Please support me." Baihao Isin turned into a rainbow light and shot out from the billowing dust, rushing towards Zhou Xuanji. His speed was much faster than before. Zhou Xuanji activated heavenly lights, and the sword chi was directly broken through. Puff! Zhou Xuanji forced out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared over the horizon. Baihao Isin stopped, a look of confusion on his face. He didn't use world reincarnation. At that moment, a boundlessly powerful might descended, causing Baihao Isin to look up. Xianyuan Zhou hung high in the sky like a sun, divine and majestic. Those eyes stared coldly at Baihao Isin, causing his heart to beat wildly. He said with a trembling voice, "Heavens!" His eyes were filled with fear. Xianyuan Tian was expressionless. With a flip of his hand, silver light lit up the world. A huge silver palm appeared out of nowhere, falling down like a mountain. The spectating women were dumbfounded. Boom! Baihao Isin was slammed down by the massive silver palm, causing the entire grassy plains to violently tremble. The heavenly might was so powerful. Far away, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself and swallowed his saliva. Looking at the scene just now, he could not help but think of the Buddha beating up Monkey Sunday. Was a third tribulation scattered immortal so powerful? Soon, Xianyuan Zhou waved his right hand, and Baihao Isin, who was covered in blood and looked like a dead dog, rose up from the dust and flew in front of him. The heavenly might cannot be defied. Great Emperor Heartless, you should understand, right? Xianyuan Zhou said coldly, without any emotion in his tone. Baihao Isin opened one eye with great difficulty and glanced at him. His breath was weak as he said, "Heavens! This emperor is not convinced." Xianyuan Zhou raised his left hand, and Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful force wrap around him. He did not resist, and allowed this force to pull him over. When he flew to Xianyuan Zhou's side, the three of them disappeared into the sky. The 73 beautiful women came back to their senses. The great emperor is so weak? Were we tricked? Damn it! Previously, we served him so well and were so obedient. Now that he's dead, aren't we just wasting our efforts? Woo, my chastity. It's okay. At most, I'll find an honest man to marry. Ta, ta, ta. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and found that he was within a dazzling palace. There were dozens of 15-meter-tall stone statues on both sides of the palace, and they looked exactly like Xianyuan Zhou. It was just that their expressions and actions were different. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou and asked, "Where is this?" "The heavenly palace," Xianyuan Zhou replied. Xianyuan Zhou replied before turning around and walking towards the throne nearby. Baihao Isin lay on the ground and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are the owner of the Tianxia map, but you are used by heaven. We cultivators are ashamed." Seeing his sorrowful and angry expression, Zhou Xuanji did not feel any sympathy and instead wanted to laugh. "With your strength, killing him would be as easy as flipping your hand, but you pretended that you could not defeat him. What are your intentions? Don't you want to become Tian?" Xianyuan Zhou sat on the throne and asked as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Baihao Isin loudly cursed. "What's so good about being Tian? Only an idiot would be Tian. Abandon your emotions and desires, and become a puppet of the heavenly law, never being able to transcend. Don't try to scam my little friend Xuanji." In order to survive, he could only think of a way to rope Zhou Xuanji in. "Abandon my emotions and desires?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and looked at Xianyuan Zhou. This fellow indeed looked cold and emotionless. "If you want to become the enforcer of the heavenly law, You naturally have to abandon your mortal emotions, or else how can you be fair and just? If you don't want to become Tian, you can only die. Xian Yuanzhou did not try to explain and directly threatened him. Bai Hao Yisan could not stand it anymore and cursed out. Shameless. You're not worthy of being Tian, bullying my little friend like this. Give my little friend 100 years, and I'll definitely kill you. Boom. Bai Hao Yisan was slammed against the palace wall by a formless energy, and he almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Can you be a loyal and affectionate Tian?" "No. Heartless. Are you even human? You want to be heaven, not a human. Can I beg you to be a human?" Facing Xian Yuanzhou's powerful attack, Zhou Xuanji took out all of his legendary swords and prepared to fight. If he had to abandon his emotions in order to become the price of heaven, then he wouldn't mind it. You want to rebel against heaven? Do you know what will happen to you? Xian Yuanzhou said coldly with killing intent in his eyes. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant. If not for his incredible talent, he would have died long ago. Zhou Xuanji let go of the ancient god sword in his right hand, allowing it to float in front of him. Then, a crystal broadsword appeared in his hand. Heavenly punishment, martial punishment. He stared at Xian Yuanzhou and smiled disdainfully. So what if you're Tian? In my eyes, you're just a worm without freedom. You're even inferior to a mortal. I, your father, have tolerated you for a long time. Chapter 299. Bug. Xian Yuanzhou slowly got up, the killing intent in his eyes becoming even denser. Since he could not use Zhou Xuanji, he would kill him. That's it. Little friend Xuanji, destroy him. Bai Hao Yisan furiously yelled as he clutched his chest. He also disliked Zhou Xuanji, but compared to Tian, Zhou Xuanji was not much of a threat. The enemy of an enemy was a friend. I'm very curious. What gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Xian Yuanzhou looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, his gaze falling on heavenly retribution, martial punishment. Could it be this sword? Zhou Xuanji gripped heavenly retribution, martial punishment, and a violet 8 trigrams appeared on his forehead, causing his entire being to become devilish. Traces of intense blue flames flowed along his right arm and wrapped around his body. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body, causing the entire heavenly palace to violently tremble. Bai Hao Yisan's eyes widened, a look of shock on his face. Xian Yuanzhou tightly frowned and muttered, "This power." With the intimidating spirit legendary sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji's confidence swelled. Who else but me? How arrogant. So what if it was the heavens? He would still kill him. My confidence? Because I don't believe in the heavens. Zhou Xuanji said as he proudly laughed. He almost yelled out that his fate was not up to the heavens. He stepped out with his right foot and slashed out with the sword. All of his muscles tensed up, and his body was like a bow, looking incredibly domineering. Sword chi swept out, and Xian Yuanzhou instinctively raised his arm to block. Boom! The sword chi swept past him, shattering the palace walls behind him. All of the palace pillars within the heavenly palace trembled. Xian Yuanzhou's sleeves exploded, and his gaze became serious as he said in a low voice, "This sword is definitely not something from the mortal realm. How did you obtain it?" Bai Hao Yisan was completely dumbfounded. Just then, when he had slashed out with that sword, his heart had jumped, as if he was facing the might of the heavens. What a terrifying sword strike. This is my most powerful legendary sword, Heavenly Retribution, Martial Punishment. It specializes in punishing scammers like you and merciless people like you. Zhou Xuanji coldly harumphed as he blasted out. Hearing this, Bai Hao Yisan felt a surge of emotions. He liked Zhou Xuanji's attitude. Traces of heavenly lightning wrapped around Zhou Xuanji's body, making him look like a god of thunder, incredibly domineering. He directly used 10,000 ultimate steps and appeared behind Xian Yuanzhou. Poochie! Blood spurted out of Xian Yuanzhou's chest, and his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed inwardly, "So fast!" He understood that he could no longer hold back. He turned and struck out with his palm, and Zhou Xuanji blocked it with his sword. Rumble! The two powerful forces clashed together, shaking the heavenly palace. The wind forced Bai Hao Yisan against the wall, unable to move. He looked at the two of them in horror. feeling as though his body would explode at any moment. Damn it! If he was at his peak, how could he allow them to be so arrogant? Xian Yuanzhou's body shone with a powerful light. A beam of light broke through the roof and shone on his body, causing his aura to soar. The might of heaven is vast and mighty. Do you think you can resist the might of heaven, just because you have a divine sword? What right do mortals have to fight against the heavens? Xian Yuantian said in a low voice. He raised his right hand and a powerful light shined out of his palm, turning into a sword of light. The tip of the sword stretched out and pierced through the wall of wind in front of him, wanting to pierce through Zhou Xuanji's throat. The thousand-hand sword Buddha came out of Zhou Xuanji's body and devoured him in an instant. 1,000 golden arms grew out of its back, each holding a sword, and furiously slashed out. Dang! The thousand-hand sword Buddha's arms were all repelled. Zhou Xuanji threw out heavenly retribution martial punishment with his right hand. Ranged sword propelling. Poochie! Xian Yuanzhou's chest was directly pierced through, and his entire body froze. Bai Hao Yisan once again stared with wide eyes, unable to believe his eyes. Could this boy really defeat the heavens? Heavens, please bestow upon me divine power to sweep away demons. Xian Yuanzhou roared as another beam of light descended, shining on his body, causing his aura to once again explosively rise. Numerous clones shining with powerful light surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Now, Zhou Xuanji could finally sense Xian Yuanzhou's spirit energy. It was incredibly dazzling. He was even more powerful than the injured Jihuang demon lord, Lu Tiange, and Han Daozi. In fact, he even felt an intense sense of danger. He was now holding the intimidating spirit legendary sword, but he still felt a sense of danger. What did this mean? He did not dare to let down his guard, and directly unleashed the sealing dream sword formation. Legendary swords lined up in front of him, pointing at Xian Yuanzhou. In less than 2 breaths of time, the sword formation was completed. Holding heavenly retribution martial punishment, he stabbed out. All of the legendary swords gave off sword chi, which turned into a hexagram of light and shot forward. They hit Xian Yuanzhou's body in an instant, making him unable to move. Heavens, please bestow upon me glory, unhindered by evil energy. Xian Yuanzhou cried out again. Another beam of light descended, causing the ground beneath his feet to crack. The powerful aura made Bai Hao Yisan quickly crawl toward the heavenly palace's gates. His spirit energy was sealed by Xian Yuanzhou, and he was heavily injured, so he could only crawl. Boom! Xian Yuanzhou suddenly broke free from the sealing dream sword formation, and came before the thousand-hand sword Buddha with a single step. He slammed his palm into Zhou Xuanji's chest. So fast. This was the only word in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Next, he felt as if his organs were on fire, and the world spun around him. He crashed through the heavenly palace's walls and fell down. Xian Yuanzhou was also pushed back by the impact, and he almost flew out of the heavenly palace's gates. He mumbled to himself, "World reincarnation is really powerful. Created by a divine lord. No wonder it could reign supreme for countless years." At the same time, Zhou Xuanji steadied himself. He was high up in the sky. Above him was a dark starry sky, mysterious and beautiful. Below him was a sea of clouds, and he could not see the ground. He was shocked in his heart. If he fell like this, would he shatter into pieces? He looked up and saw a stone palace levitating 10,000 meters above him. From the outside, it looked simple and ordinary, not as luxurious as the inside. Under his gaze, Xian Yuanzhou walked out from the gates and looked down at him from the stairs. "Zhou Xuanji, I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and submit to me, and become the next Tian, and I will let you live." Xian Yuanzhou stared at Zhou Xuanji and said coldly, "In this era, there were not many good seedlings who could become Tian, let alone a genius like Zhou Xuanji. I'll say it again. I don't believe in heaven." Zhou Xuanji was disgusted by Xian Yuanzhou's tone. He spoke as if he was going to die for sure. Zhou Xuanji activated the other legendary swords, and activated the Hades god-slaying formation. At the same time, he transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, and charged toward Xian Yuanzhou with a roar. Xian Yuanzhou waved his right hand, and a silver saber appeared in his hand. "Since you insist on going about things the wrong way, then die." Just as he spoke, the five-clawed golden dragon arrived below the heavenly palace. The five-clawed golden dragon was 3,000 meters long and looked incredibly domineering, as if the ancestral dragon had appeared. Martial punishment power, Zhou Xuanji furiously roared. Following this, a layer of blue flames covered the five-clawed golden dragon, and his speed increased drastically. Xianyuan Zhou slashed out with his saber. In the next second, he was devoured by the five-clawed golden dragon, and half of the heavenly palace was taken away. Bai Hao Yisan also fell down from the sky. "Little friend Xuanji, save me," he cried out in despair, and quickly disappeared into the sea of clouds. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 300. The five-clawed golden dragon charged up, but was stopped by a formless barrier. Zhou Xuanji deactivated the five-clawed golden dragon form. With heavenly retribution martial punishment in his hand, he penetrated Xianyuan Zhou's chest and pinned him to the formless barrier. Their eyes met, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. This power, heavenly retribution martial punishment? This sword is a sect treasure even in the upper realm. Where did you get it? Could it be from the Tianxia map? Xianyuan Zhou asked with a frown, as though he could not feel the pain. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank. Even this could not kill him? He jerked his right hand and activated the six-path sword Shadow, before slashing with the sky-dominating divine sword. 5 streams of sword qi collided with Xianyuan Zhou with tremendous momentum, but no damage was done. Xianyuan Zhou was protected by the divine radiance. Other than the heavenly retribution martial punishment on his chest, no other legendary swords or moves could hurt him. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to continue, a formless energy burst out and sent him flying away. Absolute power. Power that surpassed mortals. Even with the power of martial punishment, Zhou Xuanji felt that his body was about to explode. So powerful. If not for heavenly retribution martial punishment, he would have been killed instantly. "I'll let you taste the power of heaven," Xianyuan Zhou said coldly as he looked down at Zhou Xuanji from above. Next, countless beams of light shot out from his body and shot toward Zhou Xuanji like a storm. They were so fast that they surpassed the speed of wind and lightning. Zhou Xuanji quickly swung his sword and deflected the beams of light. At the same time, the Hades god-slaying formation was formed. A massive black hole appeared. Deafening roars came from within, making everyone panic. Xianyuan Zhou looked over and recognized this formation. "Hades god-slaying formation. I didn't expect you to learn this formation," he said with a deep frown. It was his first time seeing someone who could set up the Hades god-slaying formation alone. A massive skeletal hand reached out from the black hole. Zhou Xuanji glanced at it with his peripheral vision and felt a sense of anticipation in his heart. "I hope it's a powerful helper." Soon, a flaming skeleton that was hundreds of meters tall climbed out. Its body was like a human's. Flames wrapped around its body like a layer of armor. There were 2 balls of green flames in its eyes, just like its pupils. It was eerie and frightening as it locked its gaze on Xianyuan Zhou. There was a loud bang. Flaming bones charged directly at Xianyuan Zhou at an extremely fast speed, stirring up gusts of hot wind. Xianyuan Zhou's eyes narrowed, and an arrow-like beam of light shot out, scattering the flames and bones. Countless bone fragments floated in the air like white flowers. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He was killed instantly just like that. Damn it. He looked so impressive when he made his entrance just now. Who would have thought that he was only good for show but useless? Enraged, he used the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha again. It was 600 meters tall, and its 1,000 hands held the sword as it slashed toward Xianyuan Zhou. Facing the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's torrential attacks, Xianyuan Zhou was quickly suppressed, because his attacks were directly reflected by world reincarnation. This was equivalent to him and Zhou Xuanji's combined attacks, and he had no choice but to dodge. Such powerful strength. This kid didn't use his full strength just now? Xianyuan Zhou was inwardly shocked, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid must die. He raised his hands and lightning intertwined in his palms, exuding an imposing aura. Heavenly thunder. With heavenly lightning in his hand, he rushed towards Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, The thunderclap sword entered the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body suddenly. Next, the 1,000 giant golden swords in the thousand-hand sword Buddha's hands transformed into thunderclap swords. Heavenly lightning coiled around the blades as they slashed toward Xianyuanzhou. How can it be? Xianyuanzhou opened his eyes wide. Although he saw Zhou Xuanji use heavenly lightning, it was not much. Looking at it again, this thunderclap sword Buddha's domineering aura was not inferior to his at all. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his shock, and continued to attack wildly. The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha demonstrated its domineering aura. Its strength could topple mountains and rivers, and its chi could pierce through the sky. No matter how skillful Xianyuanzhou was, he was beaten into a sorry state. Xianyuanzhou, you are still far from Tian. Zhou Xuanji mocked with a cold smile. But he was a little puzzled in his heart. Why did the world full sword not work on Xianyuanzhou? Could it be that this guy had really forsaken his emotions? Xianyuanzhou did not reply, but looked for an opening calmly. The Tianxia map provided Zhou Xuanji with endless spirit energy, which allowed him to unleash his full power without reservation. The golden radiance on his body grew more dazzling. At the same time, many humans and demons in the northern wilderness region discovered that another sun had appeared in the sky. The golden radiance shone brightly and seemed to be moving slightly. What's that? Why is there a second sun? It's an ominous sign. Senior, can you go up and take a look? I tried to fly up just now, but I sensed an extremely powerful might. If I get any closer, I will die. What's going on? There wasn't any before. All sorts of shocked voices sounded out on the ground. Zhou Xuanji did not know what was happening below. He only had eyes for Xianyuanzhou. He must kill this guy today, or else he would die. The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords. The 1,000 swords merged into one, forming a horrifying legendary sword that was thousands of meters long and slashed out furiously. Xianyuanzhou could not dodge in time, and was slashed by the sword. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sounded out. A powerful radiance burst out, and Zhou Xuanji felt as if the world had lost its color. This slash contained his full power, and was extremely domineering. Even if he was facing Jihuang Demon Lord, he was confident that he could kill him instantly with one slash. On the ground below, countless humans and demons were in an uproar. From their point of view, the second sun seemed to have exploded. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui, Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others were worried about Zhou Xuanji. Look, Meng Tianlang suddenly pointed in a direction and cried out, which attracted everyone's attention. There was a ball of golden radiance in the sky. It was extremely far away, and looked like the sun at first glance. What's that? Daoya Old Man divined instinctively, but he vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. On the other side, in the forest, Xian Xianghua walked slowly. Suddenly, she leaped up into the air and looked up. She squinted her eyes and mumbled, "Who's fighting that this aura?" She was shocked in her heart. Could it be Yang Di? Then who was the other person? When did such a powerful being appear in the northern wilderness region? Could it be the revival of an ancient powerhouse? The Emperor's Wei thousand-hand sword Buddha stopped. Zhou Xuanji was within its body and panted continuously. That slash just now had exhausted him. If not for the Tianxia map replenishing his spirit energy, he might have fallen straight down and shattered into pieces. His eyes were fixed on the front. The clouds and smoke dissipated, and Xianyuanzhou's silhouette appeared slowly. Lightning flashed around him vaguely. Xianyuanzhou was covered in blood, and his white ribs were exposed. He looked miserable and horrifying, like a malicious ghost that crawled out from hell. His breathing was weak, and he was also panting continuously. Zhou Xuanji, you are powerful indeed. You already have the power to fight against a third tribulation scattered immortal. He spoke in a stutter, as though he was at the end of his rope. But, heaven, please bestow me faith and fear no evil demons. Come, wonderful bookhouse. Chapter 301. Hearing Xianyuanzhou's words, Zhou Xuanji's expression slightly changed. Not good. Just as he was about to make a move, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on his body. Immediately, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. This guy was cheating. If this went on, how were they supposed to fight? If he kept asking for help from the heavens, wouldn't he be unkillable? Without hesitation, he swung his sword again. Although this sword was not as domineering as before, it was not far off. Dang! A metallic sound came, and Zhou Xuanji's expression froze. Xianyuan Zhou raised his right hand and blocked the sword with his palm. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji was greatly shocked. Damn, could it be any more ridiculous? Xianyuan Zhou's expression became incredibly cold, and his gaze pierced through the thousand-hand sword Buddha as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. He said coldly, Zhou Xuanji, you are very powerful, and your talent is not inferior to the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. You indeed have the right to be called the Sword Emperor of the present age. However, you are facing the heavens that created all things. You are not a match for me. Just pray that you don't have the Emperor's chi in your next life. Otherwise, you will repeat the same mistake. After that, he slammed the golden legendary sword into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and shattered it. The shockwave from his palm slammed into the thousand-hand sword Buddha and dispersed it immediately. Zhou Xuanji flew back and vomited blood. His body spun and fell to the ground. Xianyuan Zhou grabbed at the air with his right hand, stopping Zhou Xuanji. This sudden stop made Zhou Xuanji feel as if the world was spinning. His internal organs felt as if they were twisted into a ball, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Xianyuan Zhou's gaze became colder and sharper, and a blade of light appeared in front of him, preparing to end Zhou Xuanji's life. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him out of nowhere. It was the heartless Great Emperor Baihao Yisun. His expression was extremely cold, and a diagram of a dragon and phoenix intertwining appeared on his forehead. His right hand shot out like lightning, piercing through Xianyuan Zhou's chest. In an instant, Xianyuan Zhou's body stiffened. Heartless! Xianyuan Zhou's expression changed as he said in a trembling voice. Zhou Xuanji lost his restraints and fell straight down. Blood leaked out of Baihao Yisun's mouth as he coldly laughed and said, Compared to the past Tian, you're too weak, and you still want to kill this emperor? Die! Blue light suddenly burst forth from their bodies. Streaks of light appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Xianyuan Zhou. Zhou Xuanji, who was falling, opened his eyes wide. This guy didn't die from the fall? He did not stop and continued to descend. It would be best if Xianyuan Zhou and Baihao Yisun perished together. Emperor Heartless, you are indeed talented. Sadly, you are now a reincarnated body. Xianyuan Zhou did not panic and said coldly, Since that's the case, then let's die together. The heavens will revive me, but you won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Hearing this, Baihao Yisun's expression changed. Before he could say anything, Xianyuan Zhou detonated himself. Bang! Zhou Xuanji, who was on the ground, felt a massive force descending from the sky. His robe was torn to shreds, and he coughed up blood again. The speed of his descent increased drastically. Damn! Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart and looked a little terrified. He felt that his bones and tendons were broken, and he had no strength to stabilize himself. If he were to fall like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, the northern wilderness region was in an uproar. Looking up from the ground, the second sun first disappeared, and then exploded. The scene was rather shocking. Exploded? What the hell happened? Be careful, there might be a natural disaster later. It's a sign of a great calamity. I have an uneasy feeling too. The people discussed among themselves and rumors were born. East of the northern wilderness region, in a small village by the coast, the villagers knelt before a stone platform with devout expressions and fervent eyes. On the stone platform, there was an old priest. His face was covered in colorful paint, and he was mumbling to himself as he danced a strange dance. Beside him, there were 3 white pigs and a cow, as well as many fruits. All the villagers were looking at the massive explosion in the sky. May the gods protect us. Please help us slay the demon and return peace to our village. The old priest waved his hands and chanted with his eyes closed. Look, something is falling. A young man stood up and cried out excitedly as he pointed at the sky. Everyone looked over and saw that something was indeed falling. It was Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that he was about to fall, Zhou Xuanji's heart burned with anxiety. His speed was already at the limit, and if he fell like this, he would definitely die a horrible death. Even with golden invincibility, he could not withstand the horrifying pressure of falling from such a height. Numerous legendary swords flew below him and stacked on top of each other to slow him down. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and used his mind to control the two souls of the ancient god sword. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan. The two souls appeared and pressed on his chest to slow him down. His speed began to decrease tremendously. Boom! Zhou Xuanji and the legendary swords crashed into a thatched hut, sweeping up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to shake. The instant he landed, Zhou Xuanji quickly stored the legendary swords into the supreme storage. After that, he fainted on the spot. Up in the sky, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. It was Yang Di. Looking at the floating rocks in front of him, he frowned slightly. Because of Xin Yuanzhou's self-explosion, the heavenly palace was shattered, and his and Baihao Yisan's corpses were nowhere to be seen. Such a powerful battle aura. There's someone like this hiding in the northern wilderness region? No, could it be Tian? Yang Di mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. He was not afraid of the mysterious powerful cultivator. Instead, he was a little excited. He had been invincible for 3,000 years, and lonely for 3,000 years. With a smile, he turned and left. About an hour after he left, a pillar of light descended. Next, Xin Yuanzhou walked out with a pale face. Great Emperor Heartless, Xin Yuanzhou mumbled to himself. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes. Today's battle had almost killed him. It also made him realize that he should not underestimate those invincible great emperors who had once dominated an era. He took a deep breath and sat down in the sky. He began to regulate his aura. Although he had been reborn, it would take him a long time to recover to his peak. Sometime later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly. A young face came into his vision. The face was red, and a stream of crystal-clear liquid flowed from his nose. It was very long, and was about to drip into his mouth. This is, Zhou Xuanji thought in confusion. Mucus? What the? Ah! Zhou Xuanji immediately turned his head in fear. He wanted to get up, but his body was in excruciating pain. He could not move at all, and could only move his neck. The little boy sniffed and sucked the mucus into his nose. The immortal is awake. He got up in joy and cried out. He hopped out of the wooden hut, leaving Zhou Xuanji to lie on the bed and doubt his life. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave. A while later, he came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. I almost died. Fortunately, Baihao Yisan had a trump card up his sleeve. Sword Spirit, how long have I been lying here? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. He could sense that most of his broken bones had recovered, but he still needed to rest for a while. A little more than a month. The sword owner is already 37 years old. Oh, what did I get? Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 302. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 37 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations. The sword owner has obtained Amethyst Flowing Color Piercing Sword, Heavenly Soul Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester Sword, Universal Attraction. The sword spirit's voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, repeating to him what he had gained when he was 37 years old. 2 divine swords. One of them was a Heavenly Soul divine sword. Apart from that, he also obtained a sword art manual, which was quite generous. Zhou Xuanji's mood improved. Next, 6 lines of small words appeared before his eyes. Sword name. Flowing heart-piercing sword grade. Amethyst description. A sword made from a 10,000-year-old flowing color stone. Once pierced by an enemy, the flowing color poison will invade the enemy's heart and corrode their cultivation. Sword name. Cold Abyss Spirit Harvester level. Heavenly Soul description. Gathers the spiritual chi of the world and can freeze anything, turning it into a world of ice. This sword is extremely powerful, so use it cautiously. The description of the 2 swords seemed to be very powerful, and could increase his strength. As for the primal restoration, he did not inherit it. Instead, he pulled out the Holy Light Redemption sword, and pierced it into his chest, while the blade stood upright in the air. At this moment, A group of villagers rushed in, and when they saw Zhou Xuanji stabbed by the Holy Light Redemption sword, they immediately panicked. Immortal! Someone tried to assassinate an immortal. Be careful, there are enemies. Who did it? The villagers were enraged, and were about to help Zhou Xuanji draw the sword. He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted, "Don't move! This sword is my magic tool." As soon as he said that, the villagers were stunned and stopped what they were doing. Magic item? Someone's expression changed immediately. Zhou Xuanji did not panic. If anyone dared to act recklessly, he could use his will to control his sword and kill them. However, he found that his storage ring was still there, which meant that the villagers had no ill intentions. An old man with a walking stick walked shakily to the side of the bed. He tried his best to open his murky eyes wide and said, "Immortal, please help our village eliminate the demon. If you don't help, our village will be eaten by the demon." Zhou Xuanji agreed immediately. "Let me rest for a few days, and I will help you eliminate the demon." If not for these villagers, he might have already been eaten by demons. He could agree to such a small matter. He didn't ask how powerful the monster was. He looked down on all the demons in the world. Hearing Zhou Xuanji's promise, the villagers were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude. After that, the group of people tactfully left. Zhou Xuanji lay on the bed and continued to recuperate. He thought about Jiang Shui and wondered how she was doing. She must still be thinking about him. However, with Daoya old man around, he believed that no one would do anything rash. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and let the sword spirit pass on the myriad returnants. A large amount of memories forcefully drilled into his mind. After a while, he fused the memories of universal attraction. The universal attraction was indeed a sword technique, but it was not an offensive sword technique. However, its destructive power was not inferior to that of the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. It could absorb all objects and living beings around it, and draw closer to the sword master. If one were to stand in front of a city wall, they would be able to directly destroy it. If it was on the battlefield, it could suck all the enemy soldiers in front of it, incomparably domineering. At the same time, this sword technique was controlled by the sword master's spiritual power. In other words, he could select the target of absorption. As for the range of the universal attraction, it depended on the sword master's cultivation. As long as he was strong enough, he could even suck in the sun in the sky. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Such a domineering sword technique. If he used the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and universal attraction at the same time, he would be invincible. Even if he did not use the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he could still crush everything with world reincarnation and universal attraction. Zhou Xuanji's breathing hastened. He knew that his power was going to increase again. However, when he thought about Xian Yuanzhou's power of heaven, his burning heart cooled down again. Universal attraction alone could not defeat Xian Yuanzhou. The most important thing was still his own cultivation. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He had a feeling that Xian Yuanzhou would not die just like that. What was the saying? Evil lives for 1,000 years. He stopped thinking about it and focused on recuperating. At Skyfall, Jiang Shui found Daoya old man and asked with gritted teeth, "Are we really going to wait?" A month passed. Zhou Xuanji had not returned, and there was no news from him. She was worried every day, and could not focus on cultivation. Trust him. Moreover, we can't find him. What if something happens to you when he returns? Daoya old man comforted her. He did not have much confidence in himself. His opponent was Tian after all. Jiang Shui left with her head lowered. Her hands were tightly clenched in her sleeves. If Xian Xianghua were here, Daoya old man would not stop her. He did not trust Zhou Xuanji completely, but he had no other choice. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She felt aggrieved and terrified. If something happened to Zhou Xuanji, what was the point of her remaining in this world? Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and Meng Tianlang were teaching the second-generation disciples. Meng Tianlang walked to Xiao Jinghong's side and asked softly, "Why is Master not back yet? Did something happen to him?" During this period of time, he learned about how terrifying Tian was from Ning Zifeng. He had a bad premonition. No matter how powerful Zhou Xuanji was, could he fight against heaven? He will come back. Xiao Jingheng replied calmly as he wiped his sword. He was not worried about Zhou Xuanji at all. Meng Tianling was stunned. He wanted to say something but stopped. Thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji came this far not because of good luck, but because he overcame all obstacles and killed powerful cultivators. He had encountered such a situation before. The moon set and the sun rose. After a day of treatment, Zhou Xuanji could already get off his bed and walk. The spirit energy in his body began to recover, helping him to heal his tendons, inner pellet, astral infant and dantian. If this continued, he would be able to recover to his peak in less than half a month. Other cultivators had to train their spirit energy again after they were severely injured. But he did not need to. The Tianxia map had already stored a massive amount of spirit energy. This morning, a teenager, who was a little over 10 years old, sneaked into the wooden hut carefully. He had a tiger-looking face and slightly tanned skin. His eyes were filled with cunning. He walked to the bed softly and saw that Zhou Xuanji was still sleeping. He rolled his eyes and knelt down straightaway, kowtowing to Zhou Xuanji. "Celestial teacher, can you take me as your disciple? I want to protect my village." His voice was sonorous and full of determination. Zhou Xuanji did not answer him, but pretended to be asleep. The teenager did not get up but continued to kneel. Time passed second by second. Until noon. The teenager knelt until his legs were numb. His body trembled slightly and looked like he would fall any time. Zhou Xuanji got up and said unpleasantly, "You are so weak. How can you take me as your teacher?" The teenager looked up in fear. His face was filled with fear and trepidation. Zhou Xuanji did not look at him, but at the sky outside the window. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the demonic qi soared into the sky. "Interesting. So it's him." Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a playful look on his face. The teenager looked back and saw the demonic clouds outside the window. He was frightened out of his wits. That evil demon is here again. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 303. On top of the mountain, Zhuang Huixing sat on a throne with 4 transformed demons standing beside him. His face was cold and stern, and there was a murderous aura between his brows. He was the son of demon monarch Gulen. Back then, when Zhou Xuanji was collecting Northern Valiant Sword, he happened to encounter him, entering the kingdom to capture Princess Xuanya. Zhou Xuanji relied on defeating him to become famous across Great Zhou. At the foot of the mountain was a mountain village. Looking in the direction of the village, one could see the boundless blue ocean. At this moment, the villagers gathered and knelt in front of the hill, looking up at Zhuang Huixing. "Your Majesty, there aren't many virgin boys and girls left in the village. Why don't we use other things to exchange?" The old village chief asked cautiously, his face full of fear. He prayed in his heart for the immortal master to act quickly. Zhou Xuanji was still recuperating, so he did not dare to expose himself. Otherwise, if Zhou Xuanji died, their village would be razed to the ground. Zhuang Huixing looked down at him and coldly said, "Isn't it merciful to let you have a pair of virgin boys and girls in half a year? If it were any other demon monarch, all of you would have been eaten." Bang! A bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds and landed behind Zhuang Huixing. The lightning flashed, causing his face to flicker between light and dark, making him look even more terrifying. "I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over a young boy and girl under the age of 6, you can forget about living today," Zhuang Huixing said coldly, his tone impatient. If it weren't for the fact that there were few people along the coast, he would have massacred this village long ago. Yo, the demon emperor's son has quite the temper. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's laughter came, and everyone turned to look. Zhuang Huixing was stunned. Zhou Xuanji walked out of a wooden house with the swarthy young man. He was wearing a new set of white clothes, and held the Holy Light Redemption sword in a reverse grip. The blade of the sword cut his arm and stuck to it. "It's you!" Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that his face turned pale. He immediately got up and prepared to escape. "Stop!" Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly, which frightened Zhuang Huixing so much that he did not dare to move, as though he was struck by lightning. He was trembling with fear. The other 4 demons became afraid as well, although they did not recognize Zhou Xuanji. To be able to scare Zhuang Huixing to such an extent, he must have a powerful background. The villagers were all dumbfounded. The moment the immortal master appeared, this evil demon was scared witless? Come down, Zhou Xuanji said coldly. Zhuang Huixing turned around stiffly and flew down the mountain trembling. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and lowered his head, not daring to look into his eyes. Once he hated Zhou Xuanji to the core. But ever since Zhou Xuanji killed Huangquan Drake King, Jihuang Demon Lord and Nether Ghost, he did not dare to be jealous anymore. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would think of such a powerful cultivator again. Otherwise, even his father, Demon Monarch Gulen, would not be able to stop him. Have you fallen so low that you have to eat virgin boys and girls? Zhou Xuanji patted Zhuang Huixing's face and asked with a smile. But his laughter was filled with murderous intent, which made everyone feel as though they were in a cold cellar. Zhuang Huixing was so frightened that he fell to his knees. His face was covered in cold sweat as he gritted his teeth and said, "Sword Emperor, I didn't want to eat it. I had no choice, Sword Emperor." The villagers were shocked. They did not know much about the northern wilderness region, as they were isolated from the rest of the world, so they could only feel shocked. Zhuang Huixing, who was undefeatable in their eyes, was less than a dog before Zhou Xuanji. The dark-skinned youth clenched his fists and trembled with excitement. How domineering! He had to acknowledge him as his master. "Oh, tell me about it," Zhou Xuanji asked. He was not in a hurry to kill Zhuang Huixing. This guy's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of 5th rank. Compared to before, he had great improvements. But in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he was just an ant that he could kill easily. Even though he had not recovered from his injuries, he could still kill him easily. In order to survive, Zhuang Huixing told the truth. Ever since the demons were defeated, Demon Monarch Gulen had to retreat with his subordinates. They were too close to Great Zhou, and Great Zhou had produced another second in the world. How could they not be afraid? In order to cultivate peacefully, they traveled through mountains and rivers. All the prosperous lands of the demons were occupied by powerful demons. After much difficulty, they finally came to the eastern coastal area. But there was a 9th-rank great demon here who was extremely horrifying. He forced them to collect virgin boys and girls, or else they would either get lost or die. That demon seemed to have obtained some treasure, and needed pure yang, and yin blood to nurture it. Zhuang Huixing mumbled. Toward the end, his voice became softer and softer, as though he was afraid. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. "You want me to kill him for you?" Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. Zhuang Huixing did not dare to reply. After that, he asked Zhuang Huixing to lead the way. If he killed Zhuang Huixing, and the 9th-ranked great demon today, there would be other demons to bully this village in the future. He already had a plan in mind. Zhuang Huixing was pleasantly surprised and immediately led the way. Looking at their backs, the villagers were in an uproar. Celestial Teacher is so powerful. What Celestial Teacher? He's the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor? Such a majestic name. Isn't he the most powerful person in the world? Of course. He fell from such a high place, and did not shatter into pieces. We are finally saved, the villagers discussed excitedly, and some of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Those who cried were those who lost their children. The tanned young man looked up, and did not come to his senses for a long time. They flew along the way. Standing on Zhuang Huixing's demon cloud, Zhou Xuanji listened to Zhuang Huixing's introduction quietly. The 9th-rank great demon was called Tiger Monarch Fudi. He had been hiding among the demons. After the demons were defeated, he had to retreat to the seaside. Only by staying as far away from the humans as possible could he feel safe. Demon Monarch Gulen had already submitted to Tiger Monarch Fudi. After passing through a forest, they came to a mountain that was thousands of meters tall. The mountain looked like 2 mountains that were pieced together. There was a depression in the middle, and there were many caves and valleys. Many demon beasts circled in the air, and many shape-shifted great demons were cultivating in the forest. Demonic chi gathered together, and it was hard to see the sun in this area. Later, I will pretend. Zhuang Huixing whispered to Zhou Xuanji, and was about to tell him his plan. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the thunderclap sword appeared above his head. With a loud whoosh, it slashed toward Zhuang Huixing's words. The thunderclap sword penetrated into the mountain like a bolt of lightning. Dust exploded, and countless rocks flew up. All the demons in the mountain were alarmed. All sorts of cries resounded. Enemy attack! What happened? Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle. Who is it? Over there. Countless demons dashed out from the forest toward Zhou Xuanji. Numerous legendary swords appeared out of thin air and slashed toward the demons with extreme speed. Their throats were slit, and their blood splattered across the sky. Their corpses fell to the ground. Zhuang Huixing stood beside Zhou Xuanji, and his heart was pounding. He knew what the second in the world meant, but only after witnessing it with his own eyes did he feel awe. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with the corner of his eyes. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji's expression was indifferent, he was shocked. I'm afraid that he alone can turn the entire demon race upside down. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 304. Tiger Emperor Fu Di, right? Hurry up and come out. Zhou Xuanji ignored Zhuang Huixing's gaze and shouted. His voice resounded through the clouds and shook the forest, scaring the other demons that rushed over to stop. Looking at the dozens of divine swords wreaking havoc in the air, they were scared out of their wits. So many swords. Could he be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji? What? Impossible. Why is Zhou Xuanji here? It's over. The Sword Emperor is here. Quickly run. Even Jizun died in his hands. We can't resist. So many swords. Apart from the Sword Emperor, who else has such capability? The demons cried out in shock. All of them were terrified and continuously retreated, not daring to get close to Zhou Xuanji. Within the demon race, Zhou Xuanji's intimidation was definitely the greatest, and he could not even compare to Yang Di. The top 10 monsters of the Northern Wilderness top 100 were all killed by him. It could even be said that Zhou Xuanji had single-handedly destroyed the demon race's top-tier battle power. Zhuang Huixing broke out in a cold sweat. Was this the tyranny of a sword emperor? The moment he opened his mouth, it was enough to make him tremble in fear. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded, shaking the clouds. Immediately after, a gust of demonic wind flew out from the mountain stream on the mountain peak. When the demonic wind dissipated, a man with a tiger head and a human body could be seen. His body was tall and sturdy, and his tiger fur was black, so his tiger head looked extremely baleful. It was the Fu Di Tiger Emperor. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously, but did not dare to say anything. He gritted his teeth and asked, Zhou Xuanji, what do you want? I didn't offend you. Zhou Xuanji looked at Tiger Monarch Fu Di indifferently and said, That mountain village saved my life. You captured so many young boys and girls. It's time for you to pay with your life. After saying that, all the divine swords shot towards the Fu Di Tiger Monarch. Xiao, xiao, swoosh. Each of the divine swords had a dragon-shaped sword chi entwined around them, giving off a majestic aura. The Fu Di Tiger Monarch was so startled that he took out his twin axes and hurriedly dodged. Zhou Xuanji's hands hung by their sides, his right hand still gripping the Holy Light Redemption sword as he coldly watched the battle. Now 9th stage great demons were nothing in his eyes. Even though he was heavily injured and had yet to fully recover, he was still confident that he could kill him. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was able to make Tiger Monarch Fu Di so helpless without even helping, all the demons were in an uproar. Too powerful. Zhuang Huixing swallowed his saliva and began to plan. How could he bury the hatchet with Zhou Xuanji? He thought of the mountain village and suddenly had an idea. In the distance, a green-robed man stood in the forest, followed by dozens of great demons. He was Zhuang Huixing's father, Demon Monarch Gulen. In his human form, he had a scholarly temperament. It was difficult for mortals to tell that he was a demon. He stared at Zhou Xuanji, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. So powerful, he was quite confused. Zhou Xuanji had cultivated for less than 40 years, so how could he be so powerful? Tianxia map? Talent. Even so, this was too much of a blow. His thoughts were the same as Zhuang Huixing's. They began to plot to eliminate the hatred between him and Zhou Xuanji. At that moment, the ancient god sword released the souls of two powerful beings. Saber Monarch Donghai, Demon Lord Ryuan. The two great cultivators simultaneously struck out with their palms, striking Tiger Monarch Fudi's chest. Puff! The Fudi Tiger Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell into the forest. The Cold Abyss Spirit Gatherer sword rotated at high speed and descended from the sky, smashing into the ground. In an instant, a wave of cold air exploded, freezing the forest within 1,000 meters into a world of ice and snow. The powerful Tiger Monarch Fudi was already frozen into an ice sculpture and could not move. He struggled with all his might to break out of the ice. At this moment, the colorful heart-piercing sword pierced through his chest. Ah! Tiger Monarch Fudi cried out miserably, which made all the demons shudder in fear. Zhou Xuanji flew up to him and pressed his right hand on the layer of ice to absorb his demonic energy. Soon, Tiger Monarch Fudi stopped screaming. Trapped in the ice, he stared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred. He wanted to tear Zhou Xuanji into pieces. Zhou Xuanji watched him die expressionlessly. After Tiger Monarch Fudi's demonic energy was sucked dry, the surrounding ice dissipated. The forest became wet as though it had just experienced a heavy downpour. Zhou Xuanji stored his sword and walked into the mountain where Tiger Monarch Fudi lived. He wanted to see what kind of treasure it was. Zhuang Huixing gritted his teeth and did not follow. Instead, he waited on the spot. Soon his father, Demon Monarch Gulan, flew over. What happened? Demon Monarch Gulan said with a deep voice. Why did Zhuang Huixing bring such a murderous god here? Zhuang Huixing smiled bitterly and told him what happened. He was puzzled as well. Why did Zhou Xuanji appear in this area? At the same time, Zhou Xuanji flew into the mountain stream and quickly entered a cave. He scanned the entire mountain with his mind and found many young boys and girls. There were also countless human corpses. It was like hell on earth. Because of his arrival, the demons in the mountain had already escaped, so he was not in a hurry to save the children. Soon, he came to a cave that was glowing with a faint purple light. There was a flower that was as tall as a human near the cave wall. It was budding and swayed with the wind that passed through the cave. The flower was bright red and extremely beautiful. A faintly discernible aroma wafted in the cave. Zhou Xuanji immediately held his breath and stopped smelling the aroma. Looking down from the red flower, he could see many white bones. Judging from the size of the bones, they belonged to children. He walked up to the red flower and took out the wind cutter sword, preparing to cut it down. At this moment, the red flower blossomed suddenly. Its petals turned into a bloody mouth and bit toward him. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Qi Soar straightaway. Sword Qi emanated from his body and shredded the flower. He frowned slightly. Could this flower be the extraordinary treasure? He focused his eyes and noticed a fingernail-sized red pearl hovering near the red flower. It was as red as blood. Mortal, I advise you to leave this place and not disturb me. Or else, no matter how many tribulations scattered immortals you are, I will extract your soul and refine it, so that you will never be able to reincarnate. An eerie female voice came. The voice was a little hoarse, as though an old woman was speaking. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, Tell me your name. You are so arrogant. Are you more powerful than heaven? She did not even take great tribulations scattered immortals seriously. Could it be that some ancient powerhouse was hiding here? Heaven? Humph, you are quite knowledgeable. If I was at my peak, even heaven would avoid me. This sovereign's name, if I say it out loud, you will be scared to death. My name is Old Mother Wan Yi. The eerie female voice came from the blood pearl again, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Old Mother, he was dumbfounded. He had never heard of her before. He could not be bothered to deal with it. He directly activated World Reincarnation, and a purple Taiji diagram appeared on his forehead. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the blood bead. As expected, waves of spiritual power surged out from the blood bead and were repelled by World Reincarnation. World Reincarnation? How is this possible? Old Mother Wani cried out in terror, as if she had met her mortal enemy. At this moment, a black silhouette emerged from the ground nearby. He was shrouded in darkness and could not be identified. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously and roared, Let go of my mother. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji threw the blood bead over and cursed. I'll throw your mother away, Chapter 305. Zhou Xuanji's strength was so great that he tossed the blood bead with all his might. The blood bead turned into the sharpest arrow in the world, and pierced through the black shadow. The arrow smashed into the cave wall and shook the entire cave. Then, he used the universal attraction to suck the blood bead back, and held it in his hand. All of this happened in less than a breath's time. Neither Old Mother Wanyi nor the black shadow could react in time. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and sucked the black shadow over. No matter how the black shadow struggled, it couldn't break free. With world reincarnation, Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of sneak attacks at all. Tell me, who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked coldly. This guy looked like a shadow, but he had a corporeal feeling, which was very strange. I'm Old Mother's Ghost General Zhan Yang. I advise you not to act recklessly. Old Mother carries the destiny of the human race. If her soul is destroyed, the human race will collapse, and even be wiped out, the black shadow said through gritted teeth. His tone was filled with fear. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. Trying to scare me? How could an evil spirit like her, who only ate children, inherit the destiny of the human race? Did your mother only teach you to lie through your teeth? Ghost General Zhan Yang was anxious when he heard that. He could sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent. Old Mother was the princess of the human race's first great fate empire, the daughter of Emperor Xia. She fell into the ghost path for the sake of the human race's providence. Without her, the human race would have long ceased to exist. So what if she ate some children? Come to think of it, I am your ancestor, Ghost General Zhan Yang said furiously, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyes turn cold. Why does that sound like a curse? But was that really Old Mother Wanyi's identity? He remembered that the first great fate dynasty of the human race was called the Great Xia. This was quite similar to the history of Huaxia. However, the historical background was completely different. The Xia kingdom was born in the era when the demon clan ruled the world. Emperor Xia was the first Renhuang, and it was said that he was also the strongest Renhuang. It was he who led the human clan to dominate the world, establishing the human clan as the overlord of the world. Long ago, the Xia emperor had ascended. If he was still alive, how terrifying would his cultivation be? Even the Hegemon Sword Emperor could use his will to observe the northern wilderness region, let alone Emperor Xia. If he killed Old Mother Wanyi, wouldn't it be troublesome for him to ascend in the future? Moreover, if what Ghost General Zhan Yang said was true, killing Old Mother Wanyi would destroy the human race's fate. In the future, Zhou Xuanji might even overthrow the human race. Wait a minute. Why was he thinking so far ahead? Zhou Xuanji's gaze once again became resolute. He asked coldly, since her background is so important, why is she still in the demon race? Isn't she afraid that the demons will destroy her, and then destroy the human race? Don't tell me you think that the most dangerous place is the safest place. The most dangerous place is the safest. The demon clan would never think that the matriarch would be hiding in the demon clan's territory. Ghost General Zhan Yang snorted, his tone revealing a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. Zhou Xuanji was silent. Realization dawned on him. No wonder Old Mother Wanyi had been hiding here for so long. How many years has Xia Kingdom existed? 100,000 years? I'm afraid it's not just that. History could not be completely calculated. It was only known that a long time ago, the first great fate dynasty of the human race was Great Xia. Brat, I can see that your bone age is young, and you have the Tianxia map. You are qualified to be the next human emperor. If you help me revive, I will use the name of Emperor Xia to promote you to the throne. By then, you will surpass the predecessors of tens of thousands of years ago, and become the human emperor. As long as the human race is not destroyed, you will never die. Old Mother Wanyi coldly harumphed. Her tone made Zhou Xuanji think of someone. Dragon-proud flower. The tone of the two old witches was just like that. Zhou Xuanji said with disdain. You want to bewitch me? I've already used this trick when I took in sword slaves. After that, he absorbed the soul in the blood bead into the Tianxia map. He suddenly remembered that Huangquan Drake King's soul was still in the Tianxia map. He almost forgot. With a thought, he killed Huangquan Drake King straight away. A man and a woman were alone in the same place. Even though they were separated by the human and demon, Zhou Xuanji was still afraid that they would act recklessly. You killed the matriarch. Ghost General Zhanyang's body trembled. He was so furious that he was about to collapse. Zhou Xuanji said with contempt, "That's right. I killed her. What can you do?" This guy was quite interesting. He had a serious and humorous temperament. Ghost General Zhanyang was infuriated. "I will kill myself," he screamed and chose to self-destruct. Boom. Zhou Xuanji relied on world reincarnation and was unharmed, but the entire cave shook violently. He was speechless, but he did not waste any time. He disappeared on the spot to save the children. Ghost General Zhanyang had the cultivation of great realization. If his soul self-destructed, the entire mountain would collapse. Soon, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the mountain with dozens of children. Just when they flew out, the mountain collapsed. Dust billowed and covered the sky. Demon Monarch Gulen and Zhuang Huixing were terrified. Zhou Xuanji had only gone in for a short while. How did he blow up the entire mountain? Zhou Xuanji flew over on his sword. The children behind him cried out loud in fear. Their cries were as loud as an army. He felt a headache as he listened. He stared at the Gulen demon monarch and his son and said, "The villages nearby are under the protection of the Sword Court, including the homes of our disciples. Do you know what to do if you want to dominate the forests nearby?" Demon Monarch Gulen and Zhuang Huixing heard him and were excited. "Don't worry, Sword Emperor. As long as we are alive, we will not let them suffer." Demon Monarch Gulen patted his chest and promised. Zhuang Huixing nodded as well. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile before turning and leaving with the children. Looking at his back, the father and son did not speak for a long time. A long while later, Zhuang Huixing sighed in amazement. "Father, I feel that the future belongs to him and Yang Di. The two of them will definitely fight. Once Yang Di ascends, the world will belong to the Sword Emperor." Demon Monarch Gulen nodded and said, "Maybe before Yang Di ascends, the world will already belong to him." To him, Zhou Xuanji's talent was unprecedented and would not be matched in the future. The heavenly might was mighty. Under the billowing thunderclouds there were many mountains. These mountains were straight like gigantic spikes that pierced into the sky. They covered an area of 10,000 miles like an earth-colored forest. Innumerable swords of all kinds of styles were stabbed into every mountain peak. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. This was once the sanctum of the Swords Way in the northern wilderness region. At the border of the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the man in the woven rush raincoat, who had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before, stood at the edge of the cliff and looked at the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He was still wearing a conical bamboo hat that covered his face. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Shenzong, you are so powerful. You should not have fallen here. I shall grant you a chance to be reborn. Let the name of the Sword Saint resound across the world again, and resound through the ages." The man in the woven rush raincoat mumbled to himself. As he spoke, he raised his right hand slowly. A snake-like golden light emerged from his sleeve and turned into a golden dragon. It flew into the sky above the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain and rapidly expanded, turning into a mighty divine dragon. Then it suddenly exploded, turning into countless specks of light that floated down. Boom! Chapter 306. Zhou Xuanji brought the children back to the village. Among the children, 2 came from this village. When their parents saw them, they cried tears of joy. Zhou Xuanji gathered the other villagers and told them about his arrangement. When they heard that Zhuang Huixing wanted to protect them, they were all excited and hoped that Zhou Xuanji could kill him. But when they heard about Fudi Tiger Monarch, they fell silent. Let's listen to Immortal Teacher Sword Emperor's arrangement. After killing that demon, there will be other demons. It's better to let them protect us. Moreover, the one who ate our children was not him, but that damned Fudi Tiger Monarch. The old village chief said with a trembling voice as he leaned on his walking stick. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "I will teach you a sword technique. How much you can learn will depend on your luck. If you have the power to protect yourselves and want to learn sword techniques, you can come to Skyfall. Remember, to come to Skyfall, you must be at least astral infant, or else you will die on the way. The villagers heard him and became excited. There were blacksmiths in the village who made many iron swords. Although they were ordinary weapons, they were enough for them to practice with. In the next 5 days, Zhou Xuanji taught the vibrant raindrops sword to the villagers as he recuperated from his injuries. The white crane sword technique was too low-leveled. It was not effective in this area. He only asked for one person to learn it. The children he saved stayed in the village. He did not have the energy to help them find their way home. This day he was prepared to leave, but he was stopped by a dark-skinned young man. The young man knelt before him again and said with gritted teeth, "I want to cultivate. I hope that you can take me as your disciple. If I can't, I can even be your servant, as long as you take me with you." Zhou Xuanji glanced at him. He had an impression of him. This young man was the most hard-working in sword techniques among the villagers. It was a pity that he was not talented in the way of the sword. He smiled and tossed out a blue-covered book. "Young man, do you know my criteria for taking in disciples? Only 1 in a million can enter my eyes. Seeing that you are determined to seek immortality, I will give you this internalization of qi. I hope that we will meet again in the future." After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and flew toward the horizon. The dark-skinned young man held the energy technique in his hand and looked determined. "Immortal teacher Sword Emperor, one day I, Su Han, will stand before you and gain your approval. I want to become a powerful sword cultivator like you." Skyfall was to the south of the northern wilderness region, and Zhou Xuanji took half a month to return to Skyfall. He activated the art of concealing qi and turned into a silver sword. He shuttled through the forest and hid himself. Halfway up the mountain, the second-generation disciples were still practicing their swordsmanship. They were very hard-working, and he was very satisfied. The 4 mountain guarding kings were dozing off as usual. At the top of the mountain, Daoya Old Man was teaching Jiang Shui the art of divination. But the girl was lost in thought and did not listen. "Sai, you can't go on like this. You have to focus." Daoya Old Man sighed helplessly. He wanted to blame her, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, there was a reason for this. Jiang Shui frowned and did not speak. "Master is back," Zhou Xiaoqi suddenly shouted. His voice was very excited, and it attracted the attention of all the people nearby. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. How did this guy know he was coming? Zhao Tsongjian appeared in front of Zhou Xiaoqi out of nowhere and asked in a deep voice, "Where is Master?" Jiang Shui looked around in surprise, but she did not see Zhou Xuanji. At this moment, he was hiding behind a rock and did not immediately jump out. "He's not here." Meng Tianlang opened his eyes wide. He instinctively scanned with his divine sense, but he still could not sense Zhou Xuanji's presence. Zhou Xiaoqi mumbled, "I clearly felt him." The smile on Jiang Shui's face froze, and tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing that she was about to cry, Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart and flew out. Swoosh! The silver sword soared into the sky and drew a perfect arc in the air. Zhou Xuanji transformed into his human form and landed in front of Jiang Shui. He opened up his arms and said with a smile, "I'm back." Jiang Shui was stunned, and so were the others. Next, she leaped into his arms and started sobbing. The others cheered. Ever since Zhou Xuanji left, the entire Skyfall was filled with a deathly aura. Everyone was worried about his safety. If something happened to him, the group would most likely fall apart. After Zhou Xuanji comforted Jiang Shui, he told them about what had happened during this period of time. After knowing that Great Emperor Heartless had appeared, Daoya Old Man was greatly shocked. Only he had heard of the legends of Great Emperor Heartless. Legends say that 90,000 years ago, Great Emperor Heartless dominated the world and had 3 great emperors under him. However, he did not have any desire for power and always traveled the world freely. It's said that in the past 100,000 years, Great Emperor Heartless' power could be ranked in the top 10. Daoya Old Man sighed in amazement. He had never thought that such a person would descend into the human realm. 3 great emperors under him? Zhou Xuanji blinked. It seemed that he had offended an incredible person. After that, he continued to speak. When he heard that Emperor Xiao's daughter was still alive, Daoya old man was shocked again. Old Mother Wani? That's an ancient evil demon. She's indeed Emperor Xiao's daughter. Because of her identity, the human race could not kill her, and could only seal her. She actually escaped. Daoya old man's face was filled with terror. Fear was written all over his face, and he shuddered at the thought of old Mother Wani. The others looked at each other. Although they had never heard of Great Emperor Heartless and old Mother Wani, for Daoya old man to be so wary, they must be very terrifying. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already suppressed old Mother Wani." After that he flipped his right hand, and a blood bead appeared in his hand. "Brat, let go of me or else I." Before old Mother Wani could finish her sentence, she was put into the Tianxia map by Zhou Xuanji. The group was stunned. Daoya old man was stunned too. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to subdue such an existence. For the next period of time, everyone cultivate well. In a few days, the first batch of disciples will depart. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he got up. The appearance of Great Emperor Heartless, Tian, and old Mother Wani made him understand that the world was going to change. The group had no objections, and dispersed to spread the news of Zhou Xuanji's return. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui returned to their huts to be alone. Only after 4 hours did he come out of his hut. He came to the edge of the cliff, took out the bronze dagger, and channeled his spirit energy into it. Soon a shadow appeared. His face could not be seen clearly, but from his figure, he knew that it was Dao Seeker. "Why are you looking for me?" "I have something to tell you too," Dao Seeker asked. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told Dao Seeker about what happened to him. After that, he asked Dao Seeker to analyze the situation of the world. After listening, Dao Seeker fell silent. A long while later, he sighed faintly and said, "What a great situation. They want to restore the prosperity of 20,000 years ago. Who's the one planning this? To have such means, it's incredible. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, they're omnipotent." Great Emperor Heartless' reincarnation was too coincidental. It was the same for old Mother Wani. If she wanted to revive, she should have done it a long time ago. Why did she do it now? Come. Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 307. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was a coincidence too. Great Emperor Heartless Heaven, old Mother Wani 10,000-year prince, Tianxia map, etc. All these things happened at the same time. Something was wrong. There was also the fact that more and more experts from overseas had infiltrated the northern wilderness region. There was probably a reason behind this. He suddenly thought of Feng Qiu, and that man in the raincoat. No one knew what role these two guys played in this. That's right, the Sword Saint has revived. Very soon, he will sweep across the world. As the current Sword Emperor, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. Dao Seeker said suddenly, which stunned Zhou Xuanji. Sword Saint? His expression was strange as he asked. The Hegemon Sword Emperor's teacher, Sword Saint Shi Shinzong? 20,000 years ago, the Sword Saint had a domineering style, and dominated the world. He created the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, and created a golden age for the way of the sword. The Hegemon Sword Emperor was his proud disciple. For some unknown reason, the Sword Sage committed suicide in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, before becoming a martial emperor. Even though he did not become a martial emperor, he left behind countless astonishing legends. Great Emperor Heartless is easy to deal with. He's a reincarnation. An old Mother Wani can't be killed. But what about Sword Saint? They can be revived? Will all the experts in the past be resurrected? Zhou Xuanji asked with a raised brow. Although he felt that it was absurd, he was a little excited. If he were to defeat all the tyrants in history, wouldn't he be able to ascend to the top of the river of history, and become the one and only Sword Emperor? Just thinking about it made him excited. Dao Seeker shook his head and said, "That's not the case. The Sword Saint's death is very special. His body transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, and it's because of his soul and body that the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain can stand for so many years. Anyone who dares to damage the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain will be killed by the countless swords in the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. In other words, the Sword Saint is not dead. He has only transformed into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Their conversation attracted Daoya old man's attention. The old man came over and asked, Shishinzong? Did he revive to become a great emperor and ascend? Qiu Dao said meaningfully, he was resurrected by someone. However, with his will, he probably wanted to fight to be the best in the world. In his era, he was already invincible. He was the one who had the greatest hope of breaking the legend of the 9 emperors of the Way of the Sword. When mentioning Shishinzong, he had too many words of praise that he could use. However, he was now on Zhou Xuanji's side, so he could only help Zhou Xuanji defeat Shishinzong. With your current strength, you will definitely lose against Shishinzong. Cultivate well, and try not to go to the human race. Qiu Dao reminded him. After saying that, his phantom image dissipated in the air. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya old man with squinted eyes and asked, Why do I feel like he's trying to provoke me? Daoya old man nodded with a smile. Zhou Xuanji looked forward to Shishinzong's revival. This was because there were no outstanding sword cultivators in this era. Even though Zhou Xuanji was the Sword Emperor, his position in history was not very high. If he could defeat the Sword Saint, his name would definitely go down in history. Thinking of this, he turned around and continued to cultivate. His current cultivation base was only at Mahayana level 1. He was still far from becoming a great tribulation scattered immortal. Daoya old man stood at the edge of the cliff, deep in thought. Half a month later, Lin Chang'e led Su Yang and 10 second-generation disciples down the mountain to gain experience. 2 years later, they finally returned. And this time, they also brought back hundreds of third-generation disciples. There were men and women, and every one of them had a murderous aura. After all, they had killed their way back. In these 2 years, Zhou Xuanji did not leave Skyfall and cultivated in peace. His cultivation base had also reached Mahayana level 2. He obtained 3 legendary swords, but they were all gold-grade legendary swords, which disappointed him. They were the bamboo suspension sword, the dragon python sword, and the curse fire sword. Other than that, he did not even obtain a single sword technique. His luck was extremely bad. Fortunately, the ancient god sword awakened another soul, which was called Emperor Songhai. His strength had also increased by a large margin. This day, Zhou Xuanji gathered all the disciples and gave a motivational speech. All the disciples looked at him fervently. The person in front of them was the world's second, the most powerful sword cultivator, and also the most powerful genius in history. So far, we have 80 second-generation disciples and 334 third-generation disciples. We are very close to establishing our sect. You will all be founding elders, the future pillars of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. His first sentence attracted everyone's attention. Emperor Sword Court. Such a domineering name. He chose this name because Zhou Xuanji was called the Sword Emperor, and because he wanted to imitate Chinese legends. Legend had it that the ancient Heavenly Emperor created the Heavenly Court on Buzhou Divine Mountain. And now, he created Emperor Sword Court on Skyfall. Wasn't there a deeper meaning behind this? He wanted Emperor Sword Court to reign supreme over the world and become the most powerful sanctum. Its fate would last forever. Emperor Sword Court, what a good name. From today onwards, we are members of Emperor Sword Court. Haha, I'm looking forward to the day we establish our sect. I like it. When can we establish our sect? The disciples discussed excitedly. Even Jiang Shui, Huang Lianxin, Chongming Demon Monarch, Lin Chang'e, and the others were discussing it. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. There's still some time before we establish our sect. In the future, Emperor Sword Court will establish Xuanji Sword Library, 10,000 Swords Behemoth, Skyfall Inner Court, and other subordinate factions to guard energy techniques, swords and natural treasures. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Different statuses will enjoy different treatment. Cultivate well. Your performance will be watched by Jinghong and the others. They will assign you positions in the future. 1,000 years later, Emperor Sword Court will be like Songhai Ziggurat and Dongyuan Monastery, above the empires. At that time, I will be the top cultivator in the world, and you will be the disciples of the #1 sanctum." His tone was impassioned, stirring up everyone's emotions and making their blood boil. Even Xiao Jinghong and the others were looking forward to it. Meng Tianlang held the sword in his hand and thought to himself, "I must become the sharpest sword in Emperor Sword Court." Zhou Xuanji treated him well and taught him many profound sword techniques. His treatment was not inferior to that of his personal disciples, which made him feel grateful. He had long become a part of Skyfall. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked the second-generation disciples to teach the third-generation disciples sword formations so that they could get closer to each other. Seeing that they began to train, Zhou Xuanji left with his trusted subordinates. Lin Chang'e reported to him at the top of the mountain, "The Sword Saint has appeared and stirred up the world." Countless people flocked to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain to cultivate under the Sword Saint. Lin Chang'e said with a deep voice. If he had not become Zhou Xuanji's disciple, he might have gone to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain as well. But now, he only felt that things were troublesome, and he viewed Shi Shinzong as an enemy. Zhou Xuanji smiled calmly and said, "It's okay. Let him continue to develop. The more powerful 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, the more Emperor Sword Court will gain from defeating them in the future." The little black snake spat its forked tongue and asked curiously, "Shi Shinzong did not cause trouble for Yang Di?" He was looking forward to Shi Shinzong beating up Yang Di. Lin Chang'e shook his head and said, "Ever since he was revived, he has not left 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He might be recovering his power. After all, he has just been revived." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 308. Restore his cultivation? Zhou Xuanji gave a weird smile. He suddenly looked forward to seeing Shi Shinzong fight against Xian Yuanzhou. He wanted to see whether the legendary Sword Saint or Tian was stronger. Of course, he hoped that all of them would be defeated by him. You should also seize the time to train. Tianlang is about to master the sky-dominating divine sword. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Zhou Xuanji patted Lin Chang'e's shoulder and said with a smile. Having heard him, Meng Tianlang chuckled. Lin Chang'e frowned, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Ning Zifeng's expression was the same as his. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Huang Lianxin and Han Shenbua had all been surpassed by Meng Tianlang. Every time they saw Meng Tianlang cultivating, they would feel very complicated. As for Northern Valiant Sword, he was the most hard-working one. But it was a pity that his talent could not keep up. Chongming Demon Monarch shouted, "Isn't it tiring to cultivate all day? Meng Tianlang is enough. Let's just be salted fish." Other than the little black snake and Zhou Xiaoqi, no one paid attention to him. Not only them, even a big, small, and small heir did not like to cultivate. They would follow the 4 mountain guarding kings and doze off every day. The 3-eyed drought rodent liked to pester Fenyu Dragon King. The Dragon King liked it very much, and under the nourishment of the Dragon King's demonic power, it also started to gain cultivation and gradually became stronger. Zhou Xuanji called Daoya Old Man to the side and told him about the demon's cultivation plan, so that he could supervise them. Daoya Old Man's cultivation had already reached his limit. Furthermore, he had too much to do with the mandate of heaven. If he advanced any further, he would definitely be killed by the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, he was the most idle person. Zhou Xuanji had thought about using the thunderclap sword to help him with the tribulation, but he said that the tribulation he encountered was not just heavenly lightning, so Zhou Xuanji could only give up. The addition of the third-generation disciples made Skyfall even livelier. While they were cultivating, Zhou Xuanji arranged for them to build the mountain gate and mountain paths. It was difficult to calculate how tall Skyfall was. It was extremely difficult to build a path from the foot of the mountain to the top. Zhou Xuanji euphemistically called it cultivation, and the third-generation disciples never got tired of it. These were all merits. When Emperor Sword Court was established, they could brag to thousands of disciples that the Skyfall Mountain Road was built by them. Just like that, Skyfall welcomed an unprecedented liveliness. The 4 mountain guardian kings also called for demons to help. It was rare for humans and demons to fight together. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Countless cultivators stood on the cliffs at the edge of the divine ridge. They gazed at the magnificent 10,000 Swords Divine Ridge before them with fanatical expressions. Can you feel it? The aura of a sword saint. He's really strong. His resurrection will probably have an impact on number one in the world. Who do you think is stronger, Sword Saint or Sword Emperor? Of course it's the Sword Saint. Even the hegemon Sword Emperor is his disciple. That's right, the Sword Saint can be called the teacher of a great emperor. Zhou Xuanji is still too young, and cannot be compared to him for now. The cultivators discussed among themselves as they waited on the cliff. They did not dare to recklessly enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The name of the Sword Saint was simply too mythical. They did not dare to offend him, and could only wait here. Naturally, they had come to take the Sword Saint as their master. Who wouldn't yearn to be able to groom a great emperor? At this moment, a black-robed old man flew out from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. He had white hair and a youthful face. A diagram of 3 swords clashing was carved on his back. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of the man in the woven rush raincoat. I am the Mountain Lord of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, Shi Hyaming. My ancestor said that if you want to take him as your master, you must pass the test. You will enter the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain in batches. If you can stay inside for 30 minutes, you will pass the test. The black-robed old man swept his gaze across everyone and said expressionlessly. With this, a commotion broke out. 30 minutes. The 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was so vast. It was not difficult to hide in there for 30 minutes. But when they remembered that they were facing the Sword Saint, they could not help but feel anxious. Immediately, 300 powerful cultivators flew into the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. The others held their breaths and waited for the battle. A while later, boom! A horrifying aura exploded from the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Next, all the swords on the peaks began to vibrate violently. The sound gathered together and was deafening. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The swords soared into the sky and hung high above, covering the thunderclouds. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, and it was impossible to count how many swords there were. 1 million, 5 million, 10 million. No one could count. They were all shocked by the scene before them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Zhou Xuanji asked Ning Zifeng to bring the second batch of second-generation disciples down the mountain. This time, he sent out 18 second-generation disciples. He, who was 42 years old, obtained another 6 legendary swords. One of them was glorious gold grade. It was called Desert Frenzy. Sword name, Desert Frenzy grade, glorious gold description. Forged from the heart of the desert. It can draw upon the power of the desert. The larger the desert, the more powerful it is. As for the other 5 legendary swords, the lowest was gold grade. 2 of them were amethyst grade. They were Swift Earth Sword, Evil Blue Sword, Wind Riding Sword, 3000 Turbulence Sword, and Green Mountain Entering River Sword. Up until now, he had 88 godly swords. The ancient god sword awakened the soul of another powerful cultivator. He was called Ghost Emperor Zhangtian, and he was more powerful than the previous souls. What he regretted was that Emperor Hanlin had not woken up yet. Back when he fought Huangquan Drake King, if not for Emperor Hanlin, the outcome would have been hard to predict. He would have most likely perished. So, he had a good impression of Emperor Hanlin. In these 3 years, he obtained 2 other sword techniques. They were not very powerful, and were not of much help to him in battle. But he still learned them. He would carve them in the future, and place them in the sword library. Since he was going to establish a sect, he could not lack sword techniques and energy techniques. The more the better. Only then could he show off Emperor Sword Court's foundation. This day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Meng Tianlang, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Huang Lianxin. Nowadays, he rarely taught them personally, so Xiao Jinghong and the others treasured him. Meng Tianlang had already completely mastered the sky-dominating divine sword. His cultivation improved tremendously, and he fully displayed the demeanor of the 10,000-year prince. The others were not discouraged. They continued to cultivate, and tried to reduce the gap between them. He was teaching them the secrets of the ancestral dragon sword. Not only them, but the second and third generation disciples were also drooling over the ancestral dragon sword. Zhou Xuanji only taught the ancestral dragon sword to his trusted subordinates. If the other disciples wanted to learn it, they had to get his permission. This was Emperor Sword Court's signature sword technique. It could not be taught easily. He was looking forward to how long Meng Tianlang would take to learn the ancestral dragon sword. Lin Chang'e and Ning Zifeng's ancestral dragon sword could already take shape, but they were still far from great accomplishment. To him, even if Meng Tianlang wanted to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword to great accomplishment, it would take him at least 10 years. To reach the level of his ancestral dragon sword, it would take 50 years. As for the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, he did not want to teach it yet. This was his most powerful sword technique. He would only consider teaching it when a more powerful sword technique appeared. After all, as the founding ancestor of Emperor Sword Court, he had to maintain a profound and unfathomable attitude. At this moment, Jingtian Eagle appeared behind Zhou Xuanji and half knelt down, cupped his fist and said, "Master, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain has already recruited 1,000 disciples. The Sword Saint's prestige in the human race has reached its peak. I'm afraid that even Yang Di cannot compare to him." Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 309. Zhou Xuanji turned around and asked Jingtian Eagle aside, so that he would not disturb the cultivation of Xiao Jinghong and the others. "The Sword Saint still hasn't left the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain?" he asked softly. Every 3 months, he would send the 4 mountain guarding kings out to scout for information. The 4 mountain guarding kings all had their own demon armies, so it was easy for them to obtain information. Jingtian Eagle replied respectfully, "No, Sunlight Emperor didn't go to 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain either. We mind our own business." Both the human race and the demon race believed that the Sword Sage and the Sunlight Emperor would definitely fight. With the Sword Saint's personality, how could he not be number 1 in the world? That's normal. The Sword Saint has to recover his cultivation, and the Sunlight Emperor is busy establishing the Great Fate Empire. The two of them won't be able to fight each other for now. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had an inexplicable premonition. The Sword Sage would look for him before challenging Sunlight Emperor. Defeating the number 2 in the world, then challenging the number 1 in the world. This was the correct way to show off. After Shi Shenzong defeated the number 1 under the heavens, and then challenged the number 2 under the heavens, he would lose his cool. I did not manage to track down the whereabouts of Heaven and Great Emperor Heartless. However, I did manage to obtain some information about the Tanhua sect. Jingtian Eagle continued with a strange expression. Tanhua sect. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He almost forgot that Tanhua sect still existed. Ever since the battle at the fallen immortal heavenly lake, the Tanhua sect had fallen apart in his eyes, and could no longer cause any trouble. I understand that the Tanhua sect is recruiting disciples in the west of the northern wilderness region. There are rumors that sect master Xian revived the ancient Diablo, Jingtian Eagle continued, his tone a little hesitant. After all, Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint had appeared out of nowhere. It was not unbelievable that the ancient Diablo had come back to life. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that Xian Xianghua had not destroyed the ancient Diablo's soul. It was no wonder why the Diablo's soul was able to survive for so long in the fallen immortal heavenly lake. After all, they were father and daughter. However, he had a feeling that the evil king would become Xian Xianghua's puppet, because he could feel the hatred Xian Xianghua had for the evil king. It was the kind of hatred that went deep into her soul, and could not be resolved. "Yes, is there any other important news?" Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. He was not worried about Xian Xianghua. This old demonic woman had been besieged by the whole world for so many times, yet she had not died. This meant that she was very lucky. Jingtian Condor shook his head. He suddenly thought of something and said in a low voice, "There is one thing that is strange. I'd better tell you about it. It is said that the shadow of 1,000 zhang tall golden Buddha appeared in Dongyuan Temple. It lasted for half an hour before disappearing. This is not true. If it is true, it may be disadvantageous to you. He knew that Chief Monk Xuanhe had enmity with Zhou Xuanji, especially with Xian Xianghua. It was an irreconcilable enmity. Dongyuan Temple. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and signaled for Jingtian Eagle to leave. He then rubbed his chin and thought to himself, could it be that Xuanhe Divine Monk had practiced some kind of peerless skill? He thought for a while and didn't care. His opponents were the Sword Sage, Yang Di Tian, and Great Emperor Heartless. Xuanhe Divine Monk was not qualified. He turned around and continued to guide Xiao Jinghong and the others in their cultivation. 6 hours later, he walked to the edge of the cliff and continued to internalize qi. He was still a distance away from reaching Mahayana level 3, but that did not mean that he had not become stronger. In these 3 years, other than obtaining new legendary swords, he had a deeper understanding of the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. This technique could not only rebirth, but also cultivate a Celestial Devil. He fused the Celestial Devil with the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha, and created an even more powerful sword technique. Even he was amazed by his own talent. Indeed, he was born to practice the sword. Late at night, he returned to his room and flirted with Jiang Shui for a while. After that, the two of them lay on the bed and chatted. Ever since she started learning divination from Daoya Old Man, her cultivation had improved tremendously. Now, she was ready to break through to astral projection. Huang Lianxin, who was initially on par with her, was left behind by her. Xuanji, I heard that Grand Teacher looked at Shi Shinzong with respect every time he talked about him. It seems like he's really powerful. If he comes to find trouble with you now, are you confident? Jiang Shui asked curiously as she lay on her side and supported her face with her right hand. Unlike Lin Chang'e, Xiao Jinghong, and the others, she had not grown up in a sect. She had followed Zhou Xuanji from place to place, and she did not know much about the legends of the northern wilderness region. Even when she heard them talk about Shi Shinzong's legend, she did not feel any reverence. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, he's powerful indeed, but I'm not weak either. Don't forget that he had not become a great emperor before he died. If not for the Hegemon Sword Emperor, he might not have reached such a legendary status. Shi Shinzong became the Hegemon Sword Emperor, and the Hegemon Sword Emperor became Shi Shinzong. It was a pity that their descendants did not acknowledge each other. Until today, the Hegemon Sword Sect and the 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain did not have any contact. The two of them chatted until late at night, and only fell asleep. Every month, they would have such a relaxing sleep. Even if they returned to their rooms, they would be cultivating day and night. 5 days later, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, opened his eyes suddenly. He flipped his right hand and took out the bronze dagger. The bronze dagger was boiling red, and was giving off strands of steam. Soon Daoseeker's shadow appeared. Something bad has happened. The 10,000-year prince has appeared. He is the prince of the great Qin dynasty Qin Bantian. Sunlight Emperor, Xuanhe Divine Monk, and heaven will all go to fight for him. You have to snatch the 10,000-year prince before they do. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future, Daoseeker said with a deep voice, which made Zhou Xuanji's expression turn strange. Qin Bantian was the 10,000-year prince? Meng Tianlang was the one. He did not reveal this point. He had already sealed off the news that Meng Tianlang was the 10,000-year prince, and not even the second-generation disciples could know about it. You think I can deal with Yang Di and Tian? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. He was a little hesitant in his heart. He had an old relationship with Qin Bantian, and wanted to nurture him, so that Great Qin could establish a connection with Emperor Sword Court in the future. Should he go and help? Daoseeker sighed and said, how do you know that Yang Di and Tian will work together? Zhou Xuanji came to a realization. That's right. Tian hunted down people with monarch qi, and Yang Di was also someone with monarch qi. I advise you to go now. If you're too late, the 10,000-year prince will be taken away. After saying this, Daoseeker's figure disappeared. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered Daoya Old Man, Jiang Shui, Meng Tianlang, and the others and told them about this. Everyone was greatly shocked. How could Qin Bantian, be the 10,000-year prince. However, Daoseeker was unfathomable and had a mysterious background. His strength was definitely greater than Han Daozi's. Could it be that Han Daozi had mistaken him for someone else? Facing everyone's doubtful gazes, Meng Tianlong's face became red as he said, "Could it be that my talent isn't worthy of my status as the 10,000-year prince?" Daoya old man stroked his chin and said, "It's rare for a 10,000-year prince to appear, and no one can be sure that there won't be two 10,000-year princes. Even if Chun Bantian isn't the 10,000-year prince, his identity is most likely not simple." Thinking about Chun Bantian, that boy, he had endured all sorts of trials and tribulations back then. Evidently his luck was extraordinary. Com. Wonderful bookstore com. Chapter 310. After Zhou Xuanji discussed with the others, he decided to head to Great Qin alone. Back when he was still weak, he had dared to go around recklessly, let alone now that he was number 2 in the world. That day, he stepped on the snakeskin sword and flew north. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Along the way, he flipped his right hand and took out old Mother Wan Yi's blood bead. "Do you know anything about the 10,000-year princes?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Over the past few years, he would occasionally send old Mother Wan Yi out to do some ideological work. As time passed, old Mother Wan Yi calmed down. She had been sealed for countless years. Now that she was in the Tianxia map, her situation hadn't changed. It was just that she had changed places. Thinking of this, she felt much better. 10,000-year prince? Has a 10,000-year prince appeared? Old Mother Wan Yi asked in confusion. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she continued to mutter to herself, "Strange, why would the 10,000-year prince appear now? Could it be that the main body's awakening?" Before, Zhou Xuanji had asked her about Tian, the Sword Saint, and Great Emperor Heartless. She didn't care about the heavens, but she admired the Sword Saint and Great Emperor Heartless. Although she was sealed most of the time, she relied on the 12 ghost generals that she had trained to gather information and understand every era. Great Emperor Heartless and Sword Saint Shenshinzong had left a deep impression on her. After learning about the appearance of these 3 fellows, she was puzzled. Now the 10,000-year prince had appeared. She felt inexplicably uneasy. That's right, they did appear. And there are 2 of them. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said softly, "If Chun Bantian was also a 10,000-year prince, then he had to subdue him. With 2 10,000-year princes, how powerful would the Emperor Sword Court be in the future?" He wanted to surpass Great Emperor Heartless and nurture a few more great emperors before ascending together to the upper world. Just thinking about it made him happy. "You two, how could this be? Could this be the heaven and earth epic?" Old Mother Wan Yi exclaimed, her voice filled with terror. The bead of blood began to tremble, which made Zhou Xuanji frown. "What does world epic mean?" he asked. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The heaven and earth epoch is when the main characters of the world change. To put it simply, the human race is about to decline, and a new race will take control of the world. When my father led the human race to rule the world, he had 2 10,000-year princes under him. That must be the case. Otherwise, why would Heaven Sword Saint Great Emperor Heartless, Tianxia map, the 2 10,000-year princes, and me appear? It's over, it's over. Old Mother Wan Yi's voice was filled with despair. If the human race lost their position as the main character of the world, she would also perish. After all, her fate was connected to that of the human race. The main character of the world was going to be replaced? Zhou Xuanji frowned. Could it be that the demon race was going to rise up? But more than half of the demon race's top combat power had died. How could they rise again? Could it be the Ghost Clan? He fell into deep thought. "Father, what you said back then was true. The human race can never be the main character of the world forever." Old Mother Wan Yi said dejectedly. Her voice was low and filled with despair. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt quite annoyed and harumphed. The human race hasn't been destroyed yet. Hearing this, Old Mother Wan Yi felt as if she had been stabbed in her heart, and she cried out angrily, "This is the will of the heavens. Neither you nor I can stop it. Even if my father was alive, he would not be able to stop it. Back then, the human race had the will of the heavens, so no matter how bad the situation was, they could rise again. You don't understand how terrifying the will of the heavens is. It's something that mortals cannot change, not even immortal gods. At that moment, all of her hopes had turned to dust, and boundless terror devoured her heart. The will of the heavens? Zhou Xuanji said disdainfully. I don't believe in the will of the heavens. I only believe that humans can defeat the heavens. Just watch with me here. The human race will not be destroyed. He was not boasting. This was what he thought. After all, he was not a native creature of the northern wilderness, and his soul came from another space-time. As such, he did not believe in the heavens. Old Mother Wani fell silent, not moved by him. She had lived for countless years, and had seen people more arrogant than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji put the blood bead back into the Tianxia map, and thought to himself as he flew. Daoseeker had said that someone was plotting against him. Now that Old Mother Wani said that the world epic had arrived, he could not help but think about it. He even suspected that all of this was Daoseeker's doing. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Within a tall mountain, there was a gloomy palace. Within the palace, candlelight flickered, making the atmosphere a little eerie. Shi Shinzong was cultivating on a jade bed. His back was straight, and he wore tattered black clothes. His face looked ancient, and his hair was a mix of black and white. His entire being gave off a deathly stillness. The man in the woven rush raincoat suddenly appeared in front of him. He lowered his head slightly, and did not show his face. Shi Shinzong, what are you waiting for? With your current power, you can sweep across the world, the man in the woven rush raincoat asked. His voice was calm, and he did not sound like the legendary sword saint. He did not show any fear either. Shi Shinzong did not open his eyes and said indifferently, why would I care about the future generations? I'm cultivating for the sake of the human race. After that, he opened his eyes slowly. His brown pupils shone brightly in the darkness. Why did you revive me during the world epoch? Who are you? He asked as he stared at the man in the woven rush raincoat. His tone was still indifferent, as if he did not fear the man in the woven rush raincoat at all. Who I am is not important. Since you understand that this is the world epoch, you should know your mission: to control the human race. Only by uniting can the human race have a chance of survival. Otherwise, you alone will not be able to change the situation. The man in the woven rush raincoat said as he lightly laughed. The man in the raincoat chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly twisted his body, and a sharp sword appeared out of thin air in front of him, almost piercing his sword. Shi Shinzong stared at him, his eyes flashing with a cold light as he said, You want me to become your puppet? The human race has its own path. If we encounter any changes in the heavenly Tao, I will block them all by myself. Who cares if they are demons or monsters? If they want to take over the human race, they will have to ask my sword first. The man in the woven rush raincoat slowly retreated, and shook his head as he smiled and said, Shi Shinzong, you're still so arrogant. Don't look down on the future generations. The current young emperor and sword emperor's talent is not inferior to yours, especially the sword emperor. He became the second strongest in the world at 30 years old, and can fight against great tribulation scattered immortals. Be careful not to be surpassed by him. Also your senior, great Emperor Heartless, has also come to the northern wilderness region, as well as two 10,000-year princes. Perhaps you will become their stepping stone. He loudly laughed before disappearing into the darkness of the palace. Shi Shinzong was expressionless as he closed his eyes, and continued to cultivate. Great Chen's palace. Within a courtyard, Chen Bantian was surrounded by a group of beautiful palace maids. There was a palace maid sitting on each of his legs, and her hands wandered about. Behind him, there were palace maids massaging him, and in front of him, there were palace maids feeding him fruits, causing him to smile so widely that he could not even close his mouth. Back when I met the Sword Emperor, he was still looking up at the world's top 100. Back then, he was being chased by powerful enemies and met me by chance. I saw that he had decent talent, so I gave him a few pointers. Who would have thought that this boy would have an epiphany and break through on the spot? Chun Bantian sighed as he spoke, his expression filled with nostalgia and happiness. wonderfulbookhouse.com. Chapter 311. Wow, Your Highness is so powerful. The petite maid sitting on Chun Bantian's left leg covered her mouth and said. Her face was filled with admiration. The other maids cried out in amazement too, which pleased Chun Bantian greatly. He pretended to be deep in thought and said, Zhou Xuanji is incredible. I predict that he will become the top cultivator in the world. Of course, it's only temporary, because I will become the top cultivator in the future. Without my guidance, how can he achieve what he has today? The maids all flattered him, and his heart almost flew into the sky. At this moment, oh, a voice came. Really? Chun Bantian was stunned. He looked around instinctively, but did not see anyone else. The maids also looked over. Who dared to interrupt in the royal garden? Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared on a huge tree. He sat on the trunk with his right leg crossed, and stepped on the side with a playful smile on his face. Chun Bantian shuddered and stood up abruptly. The two maids on his legs fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Although Zhou Xuanji had matured after 20 years, he could still recognize Zhou Xuanji immediately. He wore a black robe with golden threads. He swallowed his saliva and asked helplessly, Senior Zhou, why are you here? His legs were trembling, and even his voice was trembling. The maids were stunned. Senior Zhou? Could it be? They opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. Wow, so handsome. It was their first time seeing such a handsome man. His confidence made him look like an emperor who looked down on the world. Not only was he domineering, but he was also elegant, and had the demeanor of a prodigal son. I'm here to listen to your bragging, Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, which frightened Chun Bantian, so much that he knelt down immediately. I was wrong, he said awkwardly. Caught in the act, he had no way to defend himself, so he could only admit defeat. He was not ashamed to kneel before Zhou Xuanji. The person in front of him was already the second in the world. Even if the Emperor of Great Chun knelt before him, no one would feel that it was inappropriate. Ask them to leave. I have something to say to you. Zhou Xuanji jumped down from the tree and walked toward Chun Bantian as he instructed. Seeing how he walked, the eyes of the maids almost turned into flowers. Hurry up and leave. You're not allowed to tell anyone that Senior Sword Emperor has arrived. Otherwise, your 9 generations will be exterminated. Chun Bantian glared at the palace maids behind him and berated them. His heart ached. These girls had never shown such love-struck expressions in front of him. This was too much of a blow. After the palace maids left, Zhou Xuanji sat before the stone table. Chun Bantian stood beside him and poured wine for him. He smiled coyly and said, Senior Zhou, what do you want to say to me? If not for Zhou Xuanji, he would already be dead. Although he was the one who gave Zhou Xuanji the Tianxia map, Zhou Xuanji obtained the Tianxia map by himself. In his heart, he still remembered the favor of saving his life. Zhou Xuanji swirled his wine cup and said, You're in big trouble. Yang Di, Tian, Chief Meng Xuanha, and other top-tier experts are all coming to capture you. Chun Bantian was stunned. In the next second, his expression turned into one of horror. Sunlight Emperor. Just these 2 words were enough to make his hair stand on end. Senior Zhou, why? I don't have the Tianxia map. Chun Bantian hurriedly asked. Ever since he had awakened the Yellow Dragon royal bloodline, his cultivation had been growing rapidly, and he was now about to break through to the astral projection stage. However, this kind of cultivation was not enough to face top-tier experts in the world. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything, and told him about the 10,000-year prince's background. After hearing this, Chun Bantian felt both delighted and nervous. He was quite intelligent and said straightforwardly, Senior Zhou, take me away. When my strength increases, I will come back to inherit the position of emperor. I don't trust Yang Di or Chief Meng Xuanha. I only trust you. He believed that Zhou Xuanji would not lie to him. If he was captured by someone else, he did not dare to imagine what would happen to him. However, he was not afraid if he followed Zhou Xuanji. After all, he had followed Zhou Xuanji before and knew how he treated people. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I'm here to save you. Go and tell your father first. I'll wait for you here. You'd better hurry. Perhaps Yang Di will descend today. Hearing this, Chen Bantian hurriedly bowed and quickly left. After he left, Zhou Xuanji drank wine by himself, feeling quite at ease. Things were going smoothly, and he was in a good mood. It was a pity that good times did not last long. After a while, a familiar voice resounded throughout the royal city of Great Chun. Ba, this old monk Xuanha has come to visit the emperor of Great Chun. I hope that the emperor will allow this old monk to enter the palace. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji frowned. The royal city of Great Chun was in an uproar. Chief monk Xuanha? The lord of the sanctum is here. It's said that he's the top monk in the northern wilderness region. He made the greatest contribution in getting rid of the Tanhua sect. It's said that he once suppressed the top evil cultivator. What is he doing in Great Chun? Could he be recruiting disciples? Recently, many sects are recruiting, and the sanctum is no exception. It's possible, but I don't want to be a monk. I'm in a dilemma. The arrival of Chief Monk Xuanha excited the cultivators of Great Chun. After all, Dongyuan Monastery was above the empire. Zhou Xuanji saw a group of people flying out from the palace to welcome Chief Monk Xuanha. At this moment, Chen Bantian appeared before him and said anxiously, "What should I do?" Chief Monk Xuanha is already here. If I leave now, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for my father. Chief Monk Xuanha had a good reputation, but after escaping, he did not trust anyone other than Zhou Xuanji and his companions. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Let's pretend that we have already left and see how he reacts. If your father is in danger, I will act immediately." Chen Bantian nodded. Although Chief Monk Xuanha was the top monk, he was not the second. He was not even in the top 10 in the world. Zhou Xuanji brought Chen Bantian under the tree and took out a scroll to activate a concealment spell formation. This scroll was made by Daoya Old Man. It could conceal one's body and aura. Each scroll could only be used once, and it was extremely costly. Soon, they saw Chief Monk Xuanha's silhouette. He was talking and laughing with the Emperor of Great Chun as they flew into the main hall of the royal palace. Zhou Xuanji did not use his divine sense immediately. He had a feeling that Chief Monk Xuanha would scan the entire royal palace with his divine sense. Within the time it took for half an incense to burn, a powerful divine sense scanned the entire royal palace. With Daoya Old Man's spell formation, Chief Monk Xuanha could not discover Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. "Senior Zhou, what's the situation?" Chen Bantian asked anxiously. His father had treated him very well, and he didn't want anything to happen to his father, especially if it was because of him. Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Don't worry, Chief Monk Xuanha is nothing. A true powerhouse is here." Chen Bantian's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji's gaze became cold. He looked back and saw Xianyuan Zhou 10 meters away, staring at Zhou Xuanji. "You really didn't die." Xianyuan Zhou ignored Chen Bantian and said to Zhou Xuanji. His voice was cold and murderous. "Calm. Wonderful bookstore calm." Chapter 312. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xianyuan Zhou without any fear and laughed as he said, "I was thinking the same thing. So you didn't die." Chen Bantian did not know Xianyuan Zhou, but there were not many people in the world who dared to speak to Zhou Xuanji like this. He quickly hid behind Zhou Xuanji, feeling extremely nervous. Xianyuan Zhou took a step forward and said, "I don't want to deal with you right now. Give me the 10,000-year prince, and I can let you live a little longer." He already understood Zhou Xuanji's strength. 5 years had passed, and this brat must have become even more powerful. Once they started fighting, they would attract even more experts. At that time it would be troublesome. Zhou Xuanji disdainfully laughed as he said, "Xianyuan Zhou, even though you're Tian, your strength is just too great. Do you really think that I'm your only opponent? This brat is fated with me. If it wasn't for me, he would have died long ago. So he can only belong to me." He deliberately provoked Xianyuan Zhou. Heaven did not have a good reputation in the northern wilderness region. Although heaven claimed to only target those with Emperor Qi, every heaven would endanger the peace of the northern wilderness region. Hence, in the legends, heaven was a demon. Once Xian Yuanzhou's identity was exposed, both the righteous and demonic paths would come to hunt him down. This was why Xian Yuanzhou didn't keep a high profile. Even if he came to Great Chun, he would sneak in. Xian Yuanzhou narrowed his eyes, and a murderous aura spread out, causing Chun Banshan's body to turn cold. Who can stop me? He stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked coldly, Xuanhe divine monk? What a joke. He didn't think much of the monk. I can. An indifferent voice sounded out, and Zhou Xuanji, Chun Bantian, and Xian Yuanzhou all looked over. A man dressed in luxurious golden robes stood on the palace walls. He was like a towering mountain, giving off a domineering aura, as if he was looking down on everything in the world. Sunlight Emperor, number one in the world. His grave and stern face was like that of a deity. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, making him seem arrogant and disdainful. The golden robe fluttered, and the hair under the crown also fluttered in the wind. The world became quiet, and it was extremely oppressive. Xian Yuan's sovereign and Zhou Xuanji both narrowed their eyes, as if they were facing a great enemy. They didn't even need to think to guess who this person was. In this world, only that person could have such a bearing. Just by standing there without saying a word, he exuded an invincible aura. It seemed that no one was qualified to stand in front of him. Sunlight Emperor, didn't you claim to be invincible in the world? Why do you still need the 10,000-year princes? Xian Yuan Tian coldly harumphed, and Zhou Xuanji looked at him in confusion. Why do I feel a little sarcastic? Aren't you emotionless? Sunlight Emperor ignored him, stared at Chun Bantian, and said, I am the number one in the world, undoubtedly the number one. Since I became the number one, I have never fallen from this position. Follow me, and I will take you as my disciple. I will take you on the road of invincibility. When this emperor ascends, you will be the number one under the heavens. Domineering. No matter how rational Chun Bantian was, his heartbeat quickened. But he did not agree, and continued to hide behind Zhou Xuanji, not daring to come out. He muttered in his heart, can Senior Zhou defeat him? The number one in the world and number two in the world seemed to be only one rank apart. But in reality, the difference was like heaven and earth. Just like the Northern Wilderness Genius ranking, the gap between Zhou Xuanji and the second place was so huge that it made people speechless. Don't even think about it, he's mine, Zhou Xuanji said. Zhou Xuanji said. He was eager to try it out. Number one in the world. He had wanted to challenge him for a long time. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and said, Zhou Xuanji, this emperor knows you. You have great potential, but the 10,000-year prince's identity is special, so it's best if you don't get involved with karma. Since ancient times, there have been many geniuses, but not many people remember them, because most of them died. His tone was calm, and there was no threat or enmity in it. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent because he had heard such words too many times. Many people pretended to have good intentions, but in reality, they were trying to suppress him. However, he did not feel any disgust hearing these words from Sunlight Emperor. After all, after Sunlight Emperor's cultivation reached great accomplishment, he had shocked the world and become the number one in the world. It was a pity that Zhou Xuanji was not Sunlight Emperor. The world was unpredictable. Who could put down everything and focus on cultivation? Today, I will definitely take away the 10,000-year prince. None of you can stop me. Xian Yuanzhou could not help but say. Sunlight Emperor ignoring him was the greatest condescension towards him. Sunlight Emperor still did not look at him, and instead looked at Chun Bantian as he said, Are you willing? As long as you are willing, this emperor will take you back. No matter how many people come, they will not be able to stop us. Chun Bantian thought about it and asked, If I'm not willing, will you not force me? Sunlight Emperor gave a trace of a smile, and did not say anything. Xian Yuanzhou could not take it anymore and stepped out, his aura exploding out. Heaven, please bestow me with divine power. Heaven, please bestow me with glory. Heaven, please bestow me with faith. He loudly cried out, and his voice sounded throughout Great Chen's royal capital, shaking people's hearts. 3 pillars of light broke through the sea of clouds and landed on his body. A terrifying might caused the palace to tremble. Chun Bantian looked at him in shock. What kind of power was this? Sunlight Emperor smirked, but still did not say anything. He looked at Xianyuan Zhou, waiting for him to act. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. Back when they had fought, Xianyuan Zhou had not used heaven's power right from the start. It could be seen how important Sunlight Emperor was in Xianyuan Zhou's heart. Xianyuan Zhou did not waste any words and directly rushed at Sunlight Emperor. There was a loud bang. The two of them collided, giving off a brilliant light that covered their bodies. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger and quickly flew away with Chun Bantian. The palace walls shattered, and a terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc within the palace, destroying everything. The Emperor of Great Chen, Chief Monk Xuanhe, and a group of Great Chen's experts all flew up into the sky, looking incredibly shocked. What a terrifying aura! Two figures leapt up from the powerful light and rushed into the sky. They turned into two rays of rainbow light and madly clashed in the air. They were so fast that even great realization cultivators could not see them with their eyes. The powerful aura caused the royal capital to tremble, and the surrounding mountains also trembled, causing countless rocks to fall. Chief Monk Xuanhe suddenly saw Zhou Xuanji and Chun Bantian beside him, and he immediately became furious. Amitba, Zhou Xuanji, what are you doing? Chief Monk Xuanhe loudly cried out. After speaking, he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. A golden Buddha rose up from behind him, looking benevolent and holy. It quickly grew and became 3,000 meters tall in the blink of an eye, proudly standing above Great Chen's royal capital. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. What's going on? A powerful enemy is attacking Great Chen? Zhou Xuanji? The Sword Emperor is here? No. Isn't the relationship between Great Chen and the Sword Emperor quite good? It's not just the Sword Emperor. The expert fighting above is most likely not a nameless person either. It's over. Should we run? The cultivators and commoners in the city began to discuss. Half of the royal palace had been flattened, and countless people had died. If the battle spread to the royal capital, it would be a disaster for Great Chen. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 313. Zhou Xuanji. This prince of Great Chen concerns the fate of the human race. You cannot take him away. Chief Monk Xuanhe said in a low voice as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. With the 3,000-meter-tall golden Buddha behind him, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if his opponent was the world's second, he would still dare to fight him. It just so happened that he had bumped into them today. He was going to avenge his humiliation. Chun Bantian trembled as he looked at the golden Buddha and asked in a low voice, "Should we run?" Facing such a mighty Buddha, he was intimidated. "What are you afraid of?" Zhou Xuanji laughed with disdain. He was very respectful toward Chief Monk Xuanhe at first. However, this fellow's hatred for Xian Xianghua was too great, and it went against the way of Buddhism. The emperor did not speak, but he was worried for Zhou Xuanji in his heart. It seemed like the rumors were true. Xuanhe Divine Monk's Buddhist art had improved again, and his strength was no longer the same as before. "Xuanhe Divine Monk, if I insist on taking him away, what will you do?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he smiled. This old fellow was a bit arrogant. He actually dared to challenge the second in the world. "Have you forgotten? You were once powerless in front of Xian Xianghua, who was ranked 5th in the world." Xuanhe Divine Monk snorted coldly and said, "If that's the case, then I can only use my strength to keep him here." After speaking, the golden Buddha behind him stretched out its hand and slapped towards Zhou Xuanji. He did not move quickly. Evidently, he wanted to give Zhou Xuanji a chance to give up. "I have such golden Buddha statues too." Zhou Xuanji took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment, and following this, a golden Buddha appeared behind him. Zhou Xuanji's body quickly grew until it was 3,000 meters tall, and thousands of arms grew from his back. 5 years had passed, and his spiritual power had increased tremendously. Coupled with the fact that he was using the Heavenly Punishment Martial Punishment, the height of the 1,000-hand sword Buddha was no less than the golden Buddha of the Xuanhe Divine Monk. His 1,000 hands spread out, each holding a giant sword. This made his 1,000-hand sword Buddha look even more majestic to the onlookers. Chief Monk Xuanhe's eyes widened. Chun Bantian was shocked. The entire imperial city was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji also cultivated Buddhism. Zhou Xuanji fused into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha opened its eyes. Two terrifying rays of light shot out, illuminating the heavens and the earth. This is the Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha, and it is the unique skill of the Emperor Sword Court. When the Emperor Sword Court is established, anyone who wishes to learn it can come to the Emperor Sword Court. Of course, not everyone can learn this unique skill. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the heavens and earth, extremely majestic. It was a good opportunity to advertise. Chun Banshan's face was filled with admiration, and the Emperor of Great Chun, as well as the other officials and generals, were all in awe. What a domineering technique! In comparison, the divine monk Xuanhe was at a disadvantage. Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha? What a mighty name! This is also a sword technique. Emperor Sword Court. Sword Emperor really wants to create a sacred land. The sacred land of swords might change the power structure of the northern wilderness region. Is this really a height that mortals can reach? All sorts of cries sounded out in the city, and everyone's attention fell on Zhou Xuanji and Chief Monk Xuanhe. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Chun Bantian into the thousand-hand sword Buddha's body and came to his side. They could experience the thousand-hand sword Buddha's perspective together. The thousand-hand sword Buddha raised all of its giant swords and slashed at Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha. Dang! Dang! Clang! The gigantic sword slashed the golden Buddha's body, creating countless golden sparks. The scene was extremely spectacular. Xuanhe Divine Monk's expression changed drastically. With a thought, the golden Buddha raised its arms and created a layer of golden light shield, blocking all the attacks. However, the thousand-hand sword Buddha's attacks were extremely ferocious. Each wave was more powerful than the last, forcing the golden Buddha to retreat continuously. This brat is already so powerful? Chief Monk Xuanhe thought to himself in fear. The divine ability that he had just learned was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji before it could show its power. He was both angry and fearful. He was indeed not a match for Zhou Xuanji. It was not luck that this brat could climb to the second rank in the world. He suddenly understood why Xian Xianghua was willing to marry Zhou Xuanji. That old demon's eyes were as sharp as ever. Boom! Chief Monk Xuanhe's golden Buddha was shattered by the thousand-hand sword Buddha. It was incredibly domineering, which made everyone's blood boil. Countless cries sounded out in the royal capital. They were all shouting the Sword Emperor's name. Chief Monk Xuanhe coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. I'm taking Great Chun's crown prince away. I will teach him cultivation, and let him lead Great Chun to prosperity in the future. Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the thousand-hand sword Buddha, sounding solemn and holy. After that, the thousand-hand sword Buddha disappeared, and a sword light flew toward the horizon. Carrying Chun Bantian, he flew away swiftly on the snakeskin sword. He was already impressive enough for severely injuring Chief Monk Xuanhe. No one thought that he was running away. He was just too lazy to cause more trouble. However, his words excited Great Chun's people. Zhou Xuanji's teaching ability was already renowned across the world. Even the hegemon sword sex exquisite, Sword Mind was willing to be his sword slave. One could imagine how powerful he was. In the entire Great Chun, no one could compete with Lin Chang'e. Great Chun's people began to look forward to it. At the same time, the battle between Xianyuan Zhou and Yang Di continued. The two flew extremely high up, far away from the ground. At first glance, it looked like two suns colliding with each other in the sky. One could vaguely hear the loud explosions. Who are they? The emperor asked with a frown. No one answered him. Chief Monk Xuanhe looked up, and a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. He had seen Yang Di before, but he had never seen Xianyuan Zhou. Could that person be the Sword Saint? In the current world, other than the Sword Saint, who else could fight with Yang Di? On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed, ignoring the battle between Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou. Along the way, Chun Bantian was extremely excited. Senior Zhou, you are so awesome. The top monk in the northern wilderness region is so weak before you. Emperor's Way thousand-hand sword Buddha? If I join Emperor Sword Court, can I learn it? Is that a sword technique or a divine ability? Zhou Xuanji was frustrated and reprimanded. Shut up. You are like a girl. If you want to learn it, you have to contribute to Emperor Sword Court. It's the ultimate technique of the court after all. Chen Bantian immediately shut up, but the excitement on his face did not fade away. Contribute? Simple. When he becomes the Emperor of Great Chen, he will throw in money and resources. Who can contribute more than him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, as though he had already obtained the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. Time passed quickly. A day later, the two stopped by a lake in a forest. He was too fast, and Chen Bantian could not take it. Senior Zhou, who do you think will win, Yang Di or Tian? Chen Bantian asked as he sat on the grass and internalized qi to rest. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, None of your business. Ask me after you enter the Northern Wilderness Top 100. Northern Wilderness Top 100? The will to fight burned in Chen Bantian's eyes. After he knew that he was the 10,000-year prince, his ambition grew. He was not willing to be the emperor of the empire. He wanted to do bigger things. Swoosh! A silhouette leaped out from the forest suddenly. Zhou Xuanji instinctively took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and was about to slash. It's me. Daoseeker's voice came. He quickly came up to Zhou Xuanji and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. How come it's him? How did he come here? Could it be that bronze dagger? Come. Wonderful bookhouse. Chapter 314. Zhou Xuanji's gaze turned hostile at the thought that there might be something wrong with the bronze dagger. Daoseeker saw his wariness and explained, That dagger is the method of communication between us. Naturally, I can sense your existence through it. However, you don't have to think too much. Even without it, I can still deduce your location. In terms of the Tao of divination, your grandmaster is far inferior to me. He spoke very calmly. If Daoya old man was here, what would he think? Chen Bantian looked at Qiu Dao curiously. Who was this person? It also seemed to be very impressive. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, and stored Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment into the supreme storage. Daoseeker looked at Chen Bantian and nodded. He is indeed a 10,000-year prince. At the same time, he has the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Among the previous 10,000-year princes, his talent is considered outstanding. If he is nurtured well, he has a chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. Becoming a martial emperor. Chen Bantian's eyes widened as the blood in his body began to boil. He knew very well what becoming a great emperor represented. It represented the pinnacle of the world. It represented ascending to become an immortal. Do you know about the Heaven and Earth epic? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Having heard him, Daoseeker looked at him in astonishment. How did you know about the world epic? Daoseeker asked with a frown. His words made Zhou Xuanji's smile look even more dangerous. Sure enough, this old fellow was hiding a lot of things from him. He began to hesitate, wondering if he should cut off his connection with Daoseeker. However, thinking about it carefully, Qiu Dao was attached to him, and the two of them were actually in a cooperative relationship. Each had their own needs, and there was no need for them to meet each other honestly. Zhou Xuanji said, Don't you know divination? Do the math. Daoseeker shook his head and said, I can predict everyone and everything in the world, but you are the only one I can't predict. This is also the reason why I helped you. Chen Bantian was completely bewildered, but he didn't dare to open his mouth, and could only listen obediently. Some people say that there's a mastermind behind everything that happens today. What do you think? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. With Daoseeker around, he was not afraid of Sunlight Emperor or Xianyuan Zhou catching up. If he caught up, it would be a good opportunity to test this fellow's strength. Qiu Dao was not moved. He replied calmly. In the face of the world's influence, all attempts are futile, even if it's done by immortals. How pretentious. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before asking. What business do you have with me? Could it be that you want the 10,000-year prince? Hearing that, Chen Bantian's body trembled. He quickly got up and hid behind Zhou Xuanji, afraid that Daoseeker would suddenly attack. I'm just here to make sure you're safe. After all, you're weaker than Sunlight Emperor and Xianyuan Zhou. Dao Seeker's answer made Zhou Xuanji a little displeased. They were looking down on him too much. Let's go. I'll escort you back to Skyfall. Along the way, I can create illusions so that they won't be able to follow us. Dao Seeker urged. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji did not rest and continued on their way, but at a slower pace. News of what happened in Great Chun started to spread. News of Zhou Xuanji easily defeating Chief Monk Xuanhe spread the fastest. Subsequently, the matter about Yang Di, Tian, and the 10,000-year prince was also exposed. As for who spread the news, no one knew. For a time, the winds and clouds of the world changed again. At the edge of the human territory, Zhou Xuanji and the others suddenly stopped. They were standing on a white cloud, and below them was an uneven mountain range. What happened? Chen Bantian asked anxiously, thinking that another strong enemy had come to attack. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but followed his gaze. He saw a group of people touring the mountains. There were 32 women and 1 man. This man was Great Emperor Heartless Baihao Yisan. The women around him were all as beautiful as flowers. They surrounded him and laughed happily. Just their voices could move any man's heart. Baihao Yisan, who was among them, was already lost. He kissed this woman in that one moment, and he felt so happy. Seeing this, Chen Bantian became jealous and cursed. This brat is so free and easy. I want to be like him in the future. I want to bring my harem of 3,000 women out to play often. Dao Seeker divined with his fingers and said, So it's Great Emperor Heartless. Only he can be so unrestrained. There were many dangers between the two races. Who would dare to bring so many women to play in the wilderness alone? Zhou Xuanji immediately flew down and landed in front of Baihao Yisan. His sudden arrival caused the women to scream out in fear. Baihao Yisan looked over and was given a big fright as well. Why is it you again? He cursed. Are you a ghost? You're haunting me like a ghost. 5 years had passed, and he had finally recovered some of his cultivation, only to run into Zhou Xuanji again. He instinctively looked around. Could it be that Xianyuan Zhou had also come? Zhou Xuanji harumphed and said, Why can't you die? Baihao Yisan felt quite depressed and said grumpily, If it wasn't for me, you would already be a dead man. Aren't you going to thank this emperor? The 32 women hid behind him and looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. From his appearance, Zhou Xuanji was not inferior to Baihao Yisan. They did not know who he was for him to be so handsome. Dao Seeker and Chen Bantian landed behind Zhou Xuanji. Baihao Yisan glanced at Dao Seeker and harumphed as he said, What? You're asking for help. Do you think this emperor is afraid of you? Come here. After saying this, he raised his right hand, looking as if he was prepared to fight. I'm very curious, who made you reincarnate? Choosing to reincarnate during the world epoch. It definitely isn't a coincidence, right? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not feel any enmity towards Baihao Yisan. After all, they had no conflicts of interest, nor did they have any enmity. Baihao Yisan's eyes widened and he cried out in shock. World epoch? Now. He tightly frowned, and his expression began to fluctuate. Damn, no wonder that old thing was so attentive to me. He's trying to trick me. Damn, I can't go back now. If I die during the world epoch, this emperor will be too miserable. No, this emperor must hurry, he mumbled to himself, revealing a lot of information. Zhou Xuanji asked, Who is this old thing you're talking about? Baihao Yisan harumphed and said, I'm not telling you. If I tell you, you might be scared to death. It's best if you don't know. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he gnashed his teeth. Zhou Xuanji harumphed and left. The 3 of them quickly disappeared over the horizon. The beauties crowded around him and asked who Zhou Xuanji was. Baihao Yisan was quite frustrated, but he did not vent his frustrations on the beauties. He continued to smile gently and said, He's just a kid with decent talent. He did not want to talk about Zhou Xuanji, as he was afraid that these women would change their minds. By now, he had already understood Zhou Xuanji's fame in the current era. He was the man that all the young female cultivators in the world dreamed of. A while later, Yang Di descended suddenly. He looked at Baihao Yisan and asked, Have you seen them? He waved his right hand, and 2 figures appeared beside him. They were Zhou Xuanji and Chen Bantian. When the beauties saw Yang Di, their eyes sparkled. Such a domineering man. Bai Hao Yisan felt quite angry when he saw Zhou Xuanji. I've never seen them before, he said unpleasantly. As expected, nothing good would come out of meeting that brat. Looks like you've seen them before. If you don't tell me, don't blame this emperor for being impolite, Yang Di said calmly. Having heard this, Bai Hao Yisan was quite delighted. You dare to call yourself this emperor in front of this emperor? Are you tired of living? Fourth update. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes. I've just announced the strength ranking of the characters in the Legendary Sword storyline. Those who are interested can take a look. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 315. On the White Cloud, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly flew in. Dao Seeker suddenly said, Sunlight Emperor has found Great Emperor Heartless, and the two of them are fighting. Zhou Xuanji had a strange look on his face. Could the current Great Emperor Heartless be a match for Yang Di? If he had been at his peak, he would have been able to defeat Sunlight Emperor. Unfortunately, he was a reincarnated body and had died once before. He lost. Dao Seeker said again. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So fast. He knew that Bai Hao Yisan would lose, but he had not expected it to happen so quickly. Chen Bantian blinked and asked, Was the great emperor from 90,000 years ago so weak? Sunlight Emperor hadn't reached the Dao realm yet, but he had already defeated him in seconds? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Great Emperor Heartless is now a reincarnated body. Previously, he perished together with the heavens and revived again. However, dealing with you should be easy. Chen Bantian didn't feel humiliated at all. Instead, he clicked his tongue in wonder. The great emperor could revive infinitely and couldn't be killed? When he thought of what Dao Seeker had said, that he had the potential to become a great emperor, he felt a burning passion in his heart that not even a heavy downpour could extinguish. Zhou Xuanji looked at Dao Seeker and asked, What stage is Yang Di at now? How is he compared to the Sword Saint? Dao Seeker replied calmly, If it's in his peak state, it's hard to predict his chances of winning. However, Shi Shenzong has just been revived and his cultivation is still recovering. Naturally, he won't be a match for Sunlight Emperor. He's the current number one. Don't look down on him. His talent is not inferior to Shi Shenzong's. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Everyone greatly admired Yang Di, and this made him feel even more expectant. He was looking forward to the day when he would surpass Yang Di and become the top cultivator in the world. The three of them did not stop and continued forward. 4 days later, Dao Seeker spoke again. Xianyuan Zhou went to find Great Emperor Heartless again. Zhou Xuanji felt speechless. It seemed that he had harmed Bai Hao Yisan. He asked, How is the battle going? Right now, Bai Hao Yisan was not a match for Xianyuan Zhou. As soon as he saw Xianyuan Zhou, he immediately self-detonated, taking Xianyuan Zhou down with him. Only a remnant soul was left. Dao Seeker muttered. Having heard him, Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. Chen Bantian widened his eyes. Wasn't this guy a little too tough? Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed. Fortunately, he had not forced Bai Hao Yisan into a corner. At least Xianyuan Zhou wouldn't be able to cause trouble for him for a few more years. But there was also a disadvantage. He would have to face Sunlight Emperor alone. Don't worry. I will inform an old friend of mine and let him restrain Sunlight Emperor. Dao Seeker saw Zhou Xuanji's worry and said softly, Old friend. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately thought of that mysterious man in the woven rush raincoat. In his impression, only that person could be mentioned in the same breath as Dao Seeker. The tone of the man in the woven rush raincoat and Dao Seeker was extremely similar. They had the appearance of extraordinary experts, and the only one who could compare to them was Feng Qiu. However, Feng Qiu was still a bit lacking. The Tianxia map's trap had ended up benefiting Zhou Xuanji. He didn't pursue the matter, knowing that it would be useless. Dao Seeker would definitely not answer. Another 5 days passed. Zhou Xuanji and the others hurried to the foot of Skyfall. Looking at the majestic Skyfall, Chen Bantian was stunned. What a mighty mountain peak. It was indeed one of the tallest mountains in the northern wilderness region. Within the clouds, One could vaguely see Fenyu Dragon King's body. It was a spectacular sight. Alright, let's call it a day. I still have other matters to attend to. Daoseeker left after saying this, and Zhou Xuanji curled his lip. This guy claimed that he did not participate in worldly conflicts. So what was he busy with? Chen Bantian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and said softly, Senior Zhou, something's not right with this guy. He might be a threat. Although Daoseeker's attitude toward him was very good, and he seemed to admire Daoseeker, he did not think much of it in his heart. He had a premonition. Daoseeker would be his greatest enemy. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said, What do you know? Chen Bantian felt quite depressed. I'm not a child anymore. I'm the crown prince of Great Chen. I still have my judgment. After this, the two of them flew up to Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji gathered his trusted aides and introduced them to Chen Bantian. It was the first time that Meng Tianlang, Lin Changge, and Ning Zifeng had seen Chen Bantian, and they were all very curious about this 10,000-year prince. Different from last time, Chen Bantian appeared very arrogant. He first greeted Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the others with a restrained manner. He then looked at Meng Tianlang and the others arrogantly and smiled. I, the 10,000-year prince, have the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone was speechless. Zhou Xuanji could not help but face bomb and said, Don't harm his life. Chen Bantian was stunned. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Ning Zifeng kicked his buttocks and whipped him with his scabbard. Lin Changge and Meng Tianlang came up as well. The three of them knew their limits and did not hurt Chen Bantian's bones. They only wanted to teach him a lesson. A while later, Zhou Xuanji instructed Ning Zifeng, Take care of him in the future. Although Ning Zifeng was arrogant, he had already integrated into Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji believed that he would not do anything rash. And so Chen Bantian joined Skyfall. Zhou Xuanji taught him the ancestral dragon sword straight away. This guy was a yellow dragon after all, and he was most suited to cultivate the ancestral dragon sword. With the two 10,000-year princes on the mountain, Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to the future. Time passed quickly. 10 years passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji resumed his diligent cultivation. He broke through 2 levels consecutively and reached Great Realization Level 4. In 10 years he obtained 16 legendary swords. The highest was Heavenly Soul, and the lowest was Silver. There was only one Heavenly Soul legendary sword, and it was called the Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword. Sword name: Great Heavenly Mystic Jade Sword Level. Heavenly Soul description: Created from the deep sea mystic jade. It was born at the beginning of the world. It is not restrained by the might of the heavens, and possesses great power. The other 15 swords were the Ancient Crane Divine Sword, Ink Jade Sword, Thousand Kill Sword, Phoenix Cry Sword, Suppressing River Sword, Greedy Butterfly Sword, Cold Dust Sword, Evil Blood Sword, Wise Spring Sword, For Fire Sword, Earth Fiend Sword, Dragon Seal Scroll, Cold Fiend Sword, Great Treasure Sword, and Flaming Void Sword. Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords had also broken through the 100 mark, reaching 104. In these 10 years, he had also drawn equipment, sword techniques, and cultivation techniques from the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Unfortunately, none of this was of much help to him. He had already mastered the 100 sword style. Although he had yet to master the 3rd level of the World Buddha art, Overlord of the World, he was already on the right track. His Celestial Devil Rebirth art had already reached the 2nd level, and he had 2 chances to be reborn. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds, far surpassing what it was before. He wasn't sure exactly how strong it was. He even felt that he already had the power to fight against Yang Di. He had endured for 10 years. He had never left the mountain. He had been cultivating hard, waiting to become the number 1 in the world in the future. Not only was he becoming more powerful, but so were the others. Jiang Shui, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Chen Bantian, and Han Shenbua had all reached astral projection. The others had their own breakthroughs too. The 2nd-generation disciples had all reached Soul Fountain. The weakest of the 3rd-generation disciples had reached enlightening. After all, these were all geniuses handpicked by Zhou Xuanji and the others. Most of them had already started cultivating before joining Skyfall. This day, Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating by the cliff, opened his eyes suddenly. The sword spirit's voice resounded in his mind. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 53 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner obtained intimidating spirit. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 316. Ding! Congratulations! The sword owner has obtained intimidating spirit. God Ghost Howl. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Intimidating spirit legendary sword. Zhou Xuanji frowned in delight. But when he remembered that he was already 53 years old, he felt a little sad. Although he had taken the everlasting youth pill and stayed young forever, he still had the memory of his previous life. These days, when he heard the sword spirit's reminder, he felt an indescribable melancholy. 3 lines of words appeared before his eyes. Sword name, God Ghost Howl grade. Overlord soul description. A sword that has absorbed the souls of countless immortals and gods. It is a ghost sword. Once activated, tens of thousands of ghosts will howl, intimidating the enemy. A black sword appeared in his hand. The sword was long and thin. It was 1.5 meters long, and only 3 fingers wide. The tip of the sword was much wider, and had 2 curved hooks. At first glance, it looked like a ship's anchor. It was ferocious and domineering. The sword guard looked like 2 fangs. Zhou Xuanji fell in love with the God Ghost Howl at first sight. A very murderous sword. What sword is this? He seems very powerful. Jiang Shui moved behind him and asked curiously. Even though she was 57 years old, she was still as beautiful as a young girl. Not only had she eaten the youth-halting pill, but her heart was also young. She had spent all these years in Skyfall, and had not experienced the vicissitudes of life. Zhou Xuanji caressed the sword and said with a smile, "This is the God Ghost Howl, a very powerful sword." Jiang Shui smiled faintly, and did not pursue the origin of the Ghost God Howl. She smiled and said, "Chen Bantian and Ming Tianling are fighting again. Do you want to go take a look?" 10 years had passed. Chen Bantian could already use the ancestral dragon sword. Although its power was far from perfection, he already had the strength to fight against Ming Tianlang. Not only was he the 10,000-year prince, but he also had the royal bloodline of the Yellow Dragon. His talent was slightly superior to Ming Tianlang's, and the 2 of them often fought like Lin Changge and Ning Zifeng. However, they knew when to stop and never killed. Let them be. You seem to be in a good mood. Did you make a breakthrough? Zhou Xuanji stored the God Ghost Howl into the supreme storage. He took Jiang Shui's hand and pulled her into his embrace. Jiang Shui cupped his face and kissed it. She giggled and said, "Yes. Grandmaster said that I already have 10% of his power. I divined for Sister Lianxin once and predicted her future. Guess what I predicted?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "What did you divine?" He was happy to see Jiang Shui so happy. This lass would always be his little son. "I have divined that she has a pair of ghost eyes, which should be her Ghost Emperor divine eyes. Her aura is very strong, looking down at the mountains and rivers, very similar to Xian Xianghua. It seems that Sister Lianxin will be very strong in the future. Maybe she will be ranked in the top 100 of the northern wilderness," Jiang Shui said with her beautiful eyes wide open. When this matter was brought up, her face was filled with amazement. The Huang Lianxin she saw was like a completely different person from the current Huang Lianxin. Ghost Emperor Divine Eye. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Daoya Old Man had a very high evaluation of these eyes. But up until now, the Ghost Emperor Divine Eye did not display any other formidable aspects apart from seeing through things. "Did you find anything else?" Zhou Xuanji pinched Jiang Shui's cheek and asked with a smile. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "I've also divined Little Black. This guy will become a dragon king in the future and rule over countless dragons. That scene is really spectacular. As for the others, I can't calculate them. After all, it's too tiring. I need to rest." "The Little Black Snake will rule the dragon clan?" Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. Now was the world epoch, and the next race would replace the human race. Could it be the dragon race? With Little Black's appearance, how could he become a dragon king? He was only a shameless snake. No matter what, he remembered this in his heart. He chatted with Jiang Shui for a while more, and she left to check on the female disciples' cultivation. 3 years ago, the number of third-generation disciples exceeded 1,000. Not long ago, Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian brought another batch of second-generation disciples out, and would only return after 1 or 2 years. Zhou Xuanji began to inherit the primordial chaos sword shadow. He was very interested in the word primordial chaos. It seemed that this sword technique was not simple. A while later, the inheritance ended. He opened his eyes and was astonished. Such a marvelous sword technique. It was not weaker than the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and the Ancestor Dragon Sword. It might even be more powerful. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow could transform into countless sword shadows. When gathered together, it was as domineering as the primordial mountains and rivers. This sword technique already had a divine ability, and it consumed a lot of energy. However much spirit energy one had, one could transform into as many sword shadows. There were 3,000 moves in total. It looked like a lot, but the differences between the moves were subtle. The main thing was to connect the 3,000 moves together. He took out the Dragon Seal Scroll and began practicing. The Dragon Seal Scroll did not look like a sword's name, but it was actually a dazzling legendary sword embedded with rubies and emeralds. When it was swung, it could create wind and gather spirit. Only he and Zhou Xiaoqi were on the mountain top. The others were cultivating in different corners of Skyfall. Daoya old man had gone out for business, and had not returned for 7 days. Only until late at night did Zhou Xuanji reach small accomplishment in the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. After a night, he practiced the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow 300 times, and reached great accomplishment. It was only until noon that he finally reached the sword will state. He immediately activated the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. He swung his sword with his right hand. It was so fast that it left behind afterimages. His spirit energy exploded, and numerous sword shadows appeared above his head. In less than a breath's time, thousands of sword shadows appeared under the starry sky. They were densely packed, and looked exactly like the Dragon Seal Scroll. The number of sword shadows increased continuously. Soon there were more than 1 million of them. These sword shadows did not maintain the same height. At one glance, they looked like undulating mountains, vast and domineering, like the primordial mountains and rivers in the legends. Zhou Xiaoqi, who was napping, looked up and was so shocked that all his scales stood up. What's this? He cried out in surprise, and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. His back was facing him, and his back view was so domineering. Millions of sword shadows were above his head, looking down at the starry sky. Zhou Xiaoqi was almost mesmerized by it. Not bad. Zhou Xuanji replied to the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, and smiled satisfactorily. He could create more sword shadows, but there was no need for it. This was his ultimate trump card. The Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow was not only powerful, but it was also under his control. He could attack wherever he pointed. He suddenly had a bold idea. If he could merge world internalization with the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, wouldn't he become more powerful as he fought? This idea was genius. He admired himself. However, it was not an easy task to fuse the two techniques together. He stored his sword, and was prepared to internalize qi. Wow, you've learned another powerful skill. Xian Xianghua's charming laughter came suddenly. Zhou Xuanji turned around, and saw that the old demonic woman appeared behind him out of nowhere. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and pulled him into her embrace. Facing her, Zhou Xuanji did not defend or resist. So, he was pulled into her embrace without any warning. He felt something soft on his face, and he quickly dodged. With the 8-step sword lunge, he came up behind Xian Xianghua. So fast, Xian Xianghua squinted her beautiful eyes, which were filled with extraordinary splendor. As expected, this brat had become more powerful after a dozen years. She turned around to look at Zhou Xuanji and spoke first. I have a great serendipity. Come with me, my little husband. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com Chapter 317. What serendipity? Zhou Xuanji asked casually, as he reminisced about the wondrous moment just now. Xian Xianghua came up to him and leaned forward. Her eyes curved into two crescent moons as she smiled and said, "A serendipity that can help you increase your cultivation quickly. I have already recovered with it, and my cultivation is even more powerful than when I was at my peak." Zhou Xuanji heard her and asked curiously, "What serendipity? Can you bring others along?" Having heard that, Xian Xianghua stretched out her hand and pinched his face. "You brat," she snorted. "You always think of Jiang Shui when there's something good. Aren't you afraid that I will be angry?" As she spoke, she used a little force, which made Zhou Xuanji feel a little pain. It seemed that this old demonic woman's cultivation had indeed improved. He shrugged and said, "She can help us if she becomes more powerful. Moreover, this good thing was discovered by you, Sect Lord Xian. You have already enjoyed it. If Jiang Shui discovered it, I will surely think of you." He said it casually, but it was easy to convince others. Xian Xianghua withdrew her hand, rolled her eyes at him, and pouted coquettishly, glib tongue. "Only you and I can go because it's too dangerous. There's a demon that surpasses the 9th rank guarding that place. But you can bring back some good treasures for them to use." Zhou Xuanji heard her, and became even more interested. He asked what serendipity it was. Xian Xianghua remained mysterious and refused to say. He did not force her, because he believed that Xian Xianghua would not harm him. He immediately gathered everyone together, and told them that he was going out. Jiang Shui did not stop him but reminded him, "Be careful and don't force things." Although she was jealous of Xian Xianghua occasionally, she knew that Xian Xianghua would not harm Zhou Xuanji. If he was in danger, Xian Xianghua would probably save him with her life. Before Xian Xianghua left Skyfall, she often taught her cultivation, and even taught her the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique. However, she did not cultivate it, because the Celestial Devil Rebirth technique required too much spirit energy. If she cultivated it, it would delay her own cultivation. She wanted to cultivate it after her cultivation was higher. After all, she did not have the Tianxia map, and could not cultivate it as quickly as Zhou Xuanji. After that, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua left. Chen Bantian looked at Meng Tianlang and cursed. "Brat, let's fight again today." Meng Tianlang felt helpless, while the little black snake and Chongming demon monarch started to jeer. The others shook their heads and laughed as they continued to cultivate. Within the demonic clouds, Xian Xianghua sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating, could not take it anymore. He opened his eyes and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Xian Xianghua tilted her head and smiled. "I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I miss you." She pretended to act coquettishly, which gave Zhou Xuanji goosebumps. This wasn't Dragon's Proudflower style. "Since there's no one here, why don't we have some fun and dual cultivate?" Xian Xianghua gently pulled open her collar, revealing her snow-white skin, which made Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitch. The next second, she suddenly tightened her collar and laughed. "Ha ha ha, look at you. You look like a playboy." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Are you crazy? Why did he feel that this old witch had changed, and liked to tease him more than before? Okay, back to the main topic. I feel that you have become much more powerful. You should be as powerful as a second tribulation scattered immortal, right? Xian Xianghua sat beside Zhou Xuanji, and asked with a smile. Second tribulation scattered immortal? Zhou Xuanji did not care. 15 years ago, I could already fight with Xianyuan Zhou, who was a third tribulation scattered immortal. What about now? Of course, he was not sure what level Xianyuan Zhou was among the third tribulation scattered immortals. Although his cultivation and battle techniques had become much more powerful, he was not a great tribulation scattered immortal after all. His spirit energy was not as powerful as a great tribulation scattered immortal. This was a huge shortcoming. If he was becoming more powerful, Yang Di and Xianyuan Zhou must be there too. Tell me, where are we going? Zhou Xuanji asked. For Xian Xianghua to call it a great serendipity, it must be something extraordinary. Xian Xianghua did not hide anymore and said, I found a palace in the eastern sea region of the northern wilderness region. It's 10,000 meters underwater, and there's an underground spirit spring with colorful celestial fruits. They have been growing for tens of thousands of years and contain extremely dense spiritual qi. It's a pity that there's a great tribulation demon guarding it. He's extremely powerful, and even I can't deal with him alone. Previously, I only picked up a few colorful celestial fruits near the palace, and I could already increase my cultivation. What do you think will happen if I get the colorful line spirit tree? A natural treasure that had been growing for tens of thousands of years. Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He patted Xian Xianghua's shoulder and said with a smile, "Bitch, just you wait. With me here, I will definitely destroy that demon." Xian Xianghua's eyes turned dangerous and asked coldly, "Brat, say that again." She reached out to grab his chin and pulled him into her embrace. Her hands turned into demonic claws as she ravaged his face and groped his body. Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled in anger. He immediately cried out, "Stop! Stop! If you act recklessly again, be careful of the enemy's sneak attack." Having heard him, Xian Xianghua gave up and snorted coldly. Both of them had many enemies. An enemy might really appear out of nowhere. To change the topic, Zhou Xuanji mentioned Great Emperor Heartless, Daoseeker, Old Mother Wan Yi, and the others. He also talked about the world epoch. Xian Xianghua's eyes turned solemn. She did not reply, but fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. This old demonic woman had lived for tens of thousands of years after all. Her knowledge must have far surpassed his. Seems like we have to ascend before the Great Tribulation, Xian Xianghua said as she spread out her hands. She seemed very relaxed. Her cultivation could ascend a long time ago. It was just that Tanhua sect had declined, and she was reluctant to do so. But Zhou Xuanji had already matured, and the day of his ascension was not far away. Zhou Xuanji almost fainted in laughter. "This is your conclusion? I thought you could provide some crucial clues," he said unpleasantly. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "You think I know everything?" 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. Shi Shenzong stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down. Among the mountains, many sword cultivators were sparring with each other. It was very lively. Mountain Lord Shi Haiming suddenly appeared behind Shi Shenzong. He knelt down respectfully and cupped his fist, saying, "Old ancestor, I have found out the location of Sun Hill and Skyfall. When are you going to move?" More than a decade had passed. Shi Shenzong had finally recovered his peak cultivation. He no longer feared anyone in the world. Within 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain, everyone was looking forward to the Sword Saint dominating the world. He said calmly, "I'm not in a hurry. I want to know where Tian and Great Emperor Heartless are." Compared to dealing with juniors, he wanted to challenge seniors more. As for Tian, he had defeated a Tian before. It was a pity that after he fell, that Tian rose up and became the Hegemon Sword Emperor's formidable opponent. Tian is in the Heavenly Palace. He built the Heavenly Palace at a height of 30,000 meters. Great Emperor Heartless roamed the world, and is very difficult to find. Chapter 318. Very well. I will go to the Heavenly Palace first, Shi Shenzong said softly. After that, he turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. The birth of the Sword Saint would surely shock the world. Shi Haiming looked up with a fervent expression and mumbled to himself, 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain is finally going to rise. 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain was once the sanctum of the Sword's Way in the northern wilderness region. After 10,000 years of depression, it was time to rise again. He turned to look at the disciples below with a gratified smile. These children would be the future of 10,000 Swords Divine Mountain. They traveled at full speed for 10 days. Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua finally came to the seaside at the east of the northern wilderness region. The two stood on the beach, and the seawater flowed over their boots. Zhou Xuanji wore a luxurious blue robe that was not wet by the seawater. He looked toward the horizon and asked, "Where is that palace?" Xian Xianghua replied, "We will reach it after walking for about 150 miles. But we have to wait for one more person." He found the palace. Zhou Xuanji was curious. Who would go to the deep sea for no reason? In the northern wilderness region, both humans and demons were deeply fearful of the deep sea. About half an hour later, a ball of demonic chi flew over from the horizon and landed before the two of them. The demonic chi dissipated, and an evil-looking man appeared. He had long white hair and wore a black robe. His face was handsome, but his skin was loose and wrinkled. An evil aura emanated from his brows, and his curled lips gave off a cruel and ruthless vibe. Great tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes. There were not many great tribulation scattered immortals in the world. Other than Xian Xianghua, there was no one else in the Tanhua sect. Could it be? Nephew Zhou, long time no see. The black-robed man grinned. His smile was chilling. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, Diablo, you resurrected indeed. I did not expect you to have the cultivation of a first tribulation scattered immortal. This person was the ancient Diablo, the rival of the hegemon sword emperor. Diablo shook his head and said, You should know how powerful the celestial devil rebirth technique is. If I had not died for so long, 10 years would have been enough for me to recover to second tribulation scattered immortal. Zhou Xuanji was curious suddenly. How powerful was this guy at his peak? That palace is called the Violet Demon Palace. It has existed for a long time. If I hadn't been seriously injured by Sky and thrown into the deep sea, I wouldn't have discovered its existence. Diablo said faintly. He, who was heavily injured, was naturally no match for the demon guarding the Violet Demon Palace. Otherwise, he could have used the 5-colored immortal fruit to boost his cultivation, and even defeat the hegemon sword emperor. Let's go. With the three of us working together, we can definitely defeat that demon. The Diablo looked up at Zhou Xuanji and chuckled. His expression was like a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was. Under his lead, Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua quickly flew towards the horizon. After a while, the three of them plunged into the sea and used their spiritual power to resist the seawater. Their cultivations were very high, so they were not afraid of the pressure of the seawater. When they had dived for 100 meters, they could no longer see the light. Fortunately, they could rely on their divine senses to continue diving. A distance of 10,000 meters was not far for them. Soon Zhou Xuanji saw a ball of faint light below. When he got closer, he realized that it was the Violet Demon Palace. All sorts of gems were embedded on the surface of the palace, which glowed brightly and illuminated the surrounding underwater space. The Violet Demon Palace was nearly 100 meters tall and was divided into 2 levels. It was majestic and imposing, and there were 2 demon statues in front of the gate. They had green faces and fangs, and they had 3 heads and 6 arms. That demon's cultivation might have surpassed third tribulation scattered immortals. Even if it didn't, it should have reached the pinnacle of third tribulation scattered immortals. We must be careful, Diablo reminded, afraid that Zhou Xuanji would underestimate the enemy. Xian Xianghua said, It's not that serious. He can't leave the Violet Demon Palace. If he can't win, he can retreat. Zhou Xuanji heard her, and his eyes were filled with battle lust. This demon was a good opportunity to test his power. He took out Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl straightaway and said, I'll go first. If I can't defeat it, then you guys can attack. After that, he quickly came to the gate of the Violet Demon Palace. The Diablo looked at Xian Xianghua and asked with interest, How powerful is this brat? He sighed in amazement in his heart. She lived up to her name as his daughter. She had sharp eyes. He had heard that before Zhou Xuanji entered the Northern Wilderness Top 100, Xian Xianghua had already taken a fancy to this brat. She even offered him the position of Vice Sect Lord. I'm not sure, but he's more powerful than you anyway. Facing the Diablo, Xian Xianghua appeared cold. The Diablo was not angry, but looked toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji kicked open the gate violently. His body turned golden, and heavenly lightning coiled around him. A purple Tai Chi diagram appeared on his forehead. Golden invincible form, world reincarnation. In such a state, he was not afraid of sneak attacks. He walked into the Violet Demon Palace. There was a faint green light that illuminated a path that led deep into the palace. The 2 sides were pitch black, as though countless malicious ghosts were hiding inside. Ordinary people did not dare to enter at all. Amazingly, there was no seawater in the palace. It was filled with dense spiritual qi. The ancient god sword appeared above Zhou Xuanji's head. The souls of 8 powerhouses appeared like 8 black shadows. Emperor Hanlin, Saber Monarch Dong Hai, Demon Lord Ryuan, Emperor Songhai, Ghost Emperor Zhang Tian, Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Xiantian and Lu Wuji. Emperor Zhao, Dao Lord Xiantian, and Lu Wuji were the 3 souls that had awakened in the past 10 years. Emperor Hanlin had also awakened. But no matter how Zhou Xuanji called out to him, he did not reply, as though he had no consciousness. Swish! An ear-piercing sound came. Next, Zhou Xuanji felt that he was hit by something, and he took a few steps back involuntarily. Roar! A deep roar came from the darkness, as though it came from the underworld. Zhou Xuanji used heavenly light straight away. The darkness was dispelled, and he saw the demon's face. He was 9 meters tall, and had a humanoid body. He wore a tattered brass armor, and his hair was as white as withered grass. His face was pale, and his fangs were extremely long like daggers. His eyes had no pupils but were bloodshot and scara. His body was hunched, and his claws were like that of a tiger or lion. His nails were glowing coldly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His eyes were filled with extreme rage and hatred. Violet Demon Palace is a forbidden ground. Humans are not allowed to trespass. Kill without mercy. The white-haired demon roared and charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. He was so fast that Zhou Xuanji's eyes could not keep up with him. But he still swung his sword to the side with his instincts. Bomb! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying away. His clothes were torn at the chest, and there were 3 claw marks on his golden chest. World reincarnation could reflect spirit energy and demonic energy. But this demon did not use demonic energy, and still managed to injure him. In the cultivation world, even physical cultivators would channel their spirit energy into their fists and kicks to increase their destructive power. But this demon did the opposite. However, it was not Zhou Xuanji's first time encountering such an enemy. He activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha straight away. The 30-meter-tall thousand-hand sword Buddha swung all of its giant swords at the white-haired demon. The white-haired demon was extremely fast, and the thousand-hand sword Buddha could not hit him at all. He leaped up and split into hundreds of duplicates, charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions. Tianxia map! The human emperor must die! He roared furiously, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. Come, wonderful book house. Chapter 319. Dang! Dang! Clang! Hundreds of white-haired fiendish demons surrounded and attacked the thousand-hand sword Buddha, catching it off guard. Zhou Xuanji held both swords in his hands, but he could not block the white-haired demon's storm-like attacks. If this continued, he would be torn apart by the white-haired demon, even if he had the invincible Vajra body. The heavenly thunder on his body had no effect on this fellow at all. This was the first time he had encountered a monster with such a terrifying body. Looks like he hasn't lost his mind yet, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He immediately activated Heavenly Retribution Martial Punishment and God Ghost Howl. Woo woo woo, countless cries rang out, filled with resentment, mournfulness, and terror. Zhou Xuanji's body was enveloped by 2 streams of qi, half of which was blood qi, and the other half was black qi. Adding on the heavenly lightning, he looked like an ancient demon god, and his aura exploded. The power of martial punishment, the power of gods and ghosts. In his eyes, the white-haired demon's speed suddenly slowed down. He immediately displayed his dual sword intense, the sky-dominating divine sword in his left hand, and the cold wave sound wave in his right. The white-haired demon instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. He started to dodge, but in the end, Zhou Xuanji used universal attraction to pull him in front of him. Zhou Xuanji furiously slashed out with his 2 swords, slashing into his shoulders. No matter how strong his body was, it was still unable to block the sharpness of the intimidating spirit divine sword. The blade sank into his shoulder bone. Roar! The white-haired demon roared hoarsely, for arms grew out of his back and struck Zhou Xuanji away. Then 2 more heads popped out from both sides of his neck. His skin turned green, which reminded Zhou Xuanji of the two stone statues in front of the gate. So it was him. Outside the palace, Xian Xianghua and the evil king watched the battle through their divine senses. Both of them were shocked. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was much more powerful than before, but they did not expect him to be this powerful. Not even a first tribulation loose immortal can withstand the power of that fiendish demon. Even ordinary second tribulation loose immortals wouldn't dare to fight it head-on. The evil king swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, "Why is this kid's physical body so strong when he's only at the Mahayana realm?" But Xian Xianghua knew that Zhou Xuanji had the Tianxia map to nourish his body every day. Every month, he also used natural resources to refine his body. His body had already reached an extremely horrifying state. Although he was not as good as the white-haired demon, he still had his sword techniques. She suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was not far away from becoming number one in the world. There was no need to wait for 1,000 years, or even 100 years. She sighed faintly. Why did she feel that Zhou Xuanji's talent was growing? Those two swords of his are definitely not ordinary weapons. Could it be that he has inherited from the upper realm? Xian Xianghua nodded in response. She thought that Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords came from the Sky-Sundering Sword Emperor and the Hegemon Sword Emperor. Hegemon Jiu was an example. It was the Hegemon Sword Emperor's invincible divine weapon. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji fell into a fierce battle. The three heads of the white-haired fiendish demon actually possessed different mystiques. Originally, it was only his physical body that was strong. Now there were two more mystiques. The eyes of the left head would shoot out two terrifying flames that could break through the defense of the invincible Vajra body. The right head continuously shot out green light arrows from its mouth. Even world reincarnation could not reflect them. It was truly strange. This demon's name is Demon Marshal Sanhai. He has guarded Purple Demon Palace for over 100,000 years, and is one of the few that can resist the Tianxia map. An ancient voice sounded in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was Emperor Hanlin. Sound transmission. What's his weakness? Zhou Xuanji asked as he dodged. Demon Marshal Sanhai's cultivation was powerful, and his body was ridiculously powerful. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to defend against him. What was worth mentioning was that Violet Demon Palace was too sturdy. Even when they were fighting in the palace, Violet Demon Palace did not tremble at all. No weakness, unless you reach Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal and suppress him with absolute power. Emperor Hanlin's words made Zhou Xuanji shudder. Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal? Even Yang Di might not reach Fifth Tribulation Scattered Immortal. Could it be that I can only retreat? Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and took out his glorious gold and heavenly soul legendary swords to defend against Demon Marshal Sanhai's attack. Find the Violet Demon Monarch's heart and fuse it into your body. Violet Demon Palace will recognize you as its owner, and Demon Marshal Sanhai will not harm you anymore. Emperor Hanlin continued to speak telepathically. Next, a memory entered his mind. It was the map of Violet Demon Palace. This guy came to Violet Demon Palace before? Without a word, Zhou Xuanji dashed toward the Violet Demon Monarch's heart. Why is this guy running inside? Let's go and help him, Diablo said with gritted teeth. He looked anxious. If Zhou Xuanji died, they would not be able to get the colorful celestial tree. Xian Xianghua stopped him and said, "Don't worry. If he can't win, he will run outside. Don't worry, he might already have a plan." There was a powerful restriction deep within Violet Demon Palace, which prevented their divine senses from penetrating. So they had already tracked Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. Diablo tried his best to calm his emotions. He wanted to see if Zhou Xuanji could defeat the demon. He heard Zhou Xuanji asking about Demon Marshal Sanhai's weakness. Who was this guy talking to? Could it be the soul in the Tianxia map? He fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji traveled swiftly through the corridors. From the outside, Violet Demon Palace did not look huge. But after going deeper, it looked like a city. There must be some kind of spatial restriction here. The legendary swords blocked Demon Marshal Sanhai, but they could only slow him down. They could not stop him. According to Emperor Hanlin's memory, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to a side palace and broke through the door. Billowing flames came at him, but he ignored them. After passing through the sea of flames, he finally saw the violet demon monarch's heart. It was a heart that was as big as a watermelon. It levitated in a stream of silver radiance, and the meridians on its surface could be seen. Zhou Xuanji came up to the violet demon monarch's heart and asked in his heart, "What should I do to it? What's the price?" He scanned it with his divine sense, and sensed that there were no remnant souls, restrictions or poison. He did not trust Emperor Hanlin completely, but he trusted his own senses. The world Buddha art allowed his senses to surpass cultivators at the same stage as him. He could even sense spirit energy, which was one of his trump cards. Place it on your chest, and the violet demon monarch's heart will merge with your heart automatically. Don't worry, this is not the heart of some powerful cultivator, but a supreme treasure of creation. It was born from the fate of the world. Your physique can barely absorb it, and there will be no side effects. Emperor Hanlin's voice sounded in his ears, which made him hesitate. He remembered that the sword spirit said that all the sword souls in the supreme legendary sword system would not harm him. Even though they had their own thoughts, they were already absolutely loyal to the sword master. Since that was the case, then let's give it a shot. He placed the violet demon monarch's heart on his chest. Instantly, a wave of violet radiance shone from the violet demon monarch's heart and illuminated the entire palace. Roar! Demon Marshal Sanhai appeared at the door and leaped toward Zhou Xuanji with one step. He clawed at Zhou Xuanji. The violet demon monarch's heart quickly entered Zhou Xuanji's chest. Instantly, Demon Marshal Sanhai stopped and was less than 2 meters away from him. Zhou Xuanji felt that his chest was about to explode. It was extremely hot. A wave of energy exploded from the violet demon monarch's heart and wreaked havoc in his body, charging all his vital channels. Calm, wonderful book house. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.